Stand, not stand.
Happens to a dream deferred. Does it drive like a raisin in the sun? Or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat? Or stench over like a syrup sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load. Does it explode? I want it, I do. What if I want it so true? I want it. Hello, nice to be with you. Thank you. It's really an honor to be here. My name is J.R. Rhodes, and joining me is Jessica Laurie here, and really grateful to be here. This next song, that was a song based on a poem by Langston Hughes.
Okay, we're back. We just lost it for a second, but we're back. Yes.
I don't know if you saw the email from Nor about the live captioning.
Okay, what is that?
Basically, she needs a link to see what's going on to Nor the captioning.
Okay, well, were you on the thing with the Zoom for ASL? If we can get her on that same Zoom,
Oh, okay.
we just need to get them a few now. So this is you need to get them a few. So now we need to get this few.
When I feel you, I excite myself. Oh, after
We need to get them a feed ASAP. Which output is that? Got a green overpass on it? Can you guys use this A2? Okay, thank you. Okay, copy that. Thank you.
When I live my truth, I am myself. And know inside myself, your sweet freedom. For you, I'll now lose my heart. What's not for me, I leave and begin again. Sweet freedom. Thank you so much. We've got one more song this set, and this next song is called Woman of My Dreams. Yeah, I woke up with this song from a dream. I don't remember the dream, but I got a song out of it. I think I was talking to myself in my sleep, maybe. But it's about us wanting to be our best selves. Here we go. Comes with the game, I guess. Here we go.
Yay.
Third time's the charm.
Woo-hoo. Got it.
Real times, hardly all time. Just one place visited. Why is it that I'm living, if not for the world of dreams? Nightmares haunt me less now since she came to me. Who is she? Is she me? Who is she? Is she me? I wanna be the woman of my dreams, woman of my dreams. Oh yeah, I wanna be woman of my dreams. Oh yeah, I've heard of her before. But you know I've yet to see her. Souls without, souls eyes within. Oh, we see what we see what we believe in. And I wanna be woman of my dreams, woman of my dreams. I wanna be woman of my dreams. Oh yeah, I've heard of her before. Now you know, baby, I dare see her. Souls without, souls that's within. Oh, we see what we see what we believe in, and I dare see woman of my dreams, woman of my dreams. I dare see as I'm willing to be woman of my dreams. Oh, yeah. Nice. Thank you so much.
Check one, check two, check one, check two. Yo, how's everybody doing? Can we please make some more noise for J.R. Rhodes, please? That was beautiful. These are songs that were created during the pandemic that we all went through. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate y'all. Crowd, can you please make some noise, though? A lot of really beautiful people in here today. Thank you. A lot of really nice glasses, so I appreciate y'all. And yeah, I wish I could give you guys all daps, but I got a friend named Daps over here who can do that for me. So y'all see him if you need to. I also want to introduce myself. My name is Kings. I am a South Seattle resident from Rainier Beach, Beacon Hill, and I am co-hosting with my friend Anna.
That's right. My name is Ana Pinto da Silva. I'm from Capitol Hill, and I'm here today just to be with all of you and serve as your moderator with Kings today. Good. Well, we want to wish you the warmest welcome to the Seattle Race and Social Justice Initiative community. We welcome everyone who's here in person and everyone who's with us online. Just let's give it up and just warm this room up with a lot of goodwill and good feeling for the remarkable program that we have ahead of us today. So as we start today's program, I want to recognize the city of Seattle and the surrounding areas are on Indigenous lands. Seattle is the ancestral home of the Duwamish peoples. These lands and waters hold ancestral significance to the Muckleshoot and Squamish tribes and other Coast Salish speaking peoples, tribes, including the Tulalip. We also recognize that land acknowledgements are only an acknowledgement of the dispossession of land from Native people. Greater actions are needed to address the impacts of colonialization. To bring us our land acknowledgement, it is my honor to introduce Rachel Heaton.
Clap, clap, clap.
Good morning, everybody. Is everybody awake? Good morning. I just wanted to spread a little good energy before we start. Good morning again, and my name is Rachel Heaton. I am the co-founder of Mazaska Talks, an Indigenous-led organization. I serve on the Green New Deal for the City of Seattle Oversight Board, and I am a cultural educator in my community day to day. I come from the Muckleshoot people, and I am a descendant of the Duwamish people. On my mother's side, and on my father's side, I'm a Welsh and Irish ancestry. My mother is Catherine Arquette, and my father is Raleigh Heaton. My maternal grandparents are Laura Lee Siddle and my grandfather, Dan Jackson. My paternal grandparents are Dorothy and Bill Heaton. And due to generational trauma, such as the Indian Removal Act, Kill the Indian, Save the Man, the Adoption Act, and the list goes on, many of us have been removed from our families and do not know the lineage. That is what colonization wanted for us, and as it goes for Indigenous people all over the world. I mention that because I actually didn't learn my grandfather's name until about a week ago, and that's due to the various acts that I mentioned. The reason I bring those up into a land acknowledgement is because we can't talk about the people if we can't talk about the trauma that has taken place in our communities. On my mother's side, my family comes from the shores of Lake Union and over the regions known as Renton and Black River. For those of you far away, these parts you know of are the part of the city of Seattle. Villages were all along the waters, and my people lived off of this land until our villages were burned down and we were forced to pick reservations and go there. My family would eventually and forcefully pick Muckleshoot tribe. The land you stand on, no matter where you are, is Indigenous land. It is the original lands of the people of the Point Elliott Treaty. This city in particular was once filled with overgrown cedar, Douglas fir, and hemlock trees. Ferns grew on the ground, marshes filled the land, the smell of berries filled the air, and licorice root hugged our old relatives, the tree, and nature did its thing. My people lived in abundance off of these lands. We built our homes off of these lands. We fished from these waters that you now call the Puget Sound. I've seen the pictures of this city when it was a forest, and I can only imagine what it was like for my ancestors. The land is abundant in foods. This land provides, but we must act in ways that preserve it and the lands all over the world. Where I stand, you are on the lands of coastal Salish people, the ancestral lands of the Duwamish people. We comprise of the Muckleshoot people, Suquamish people, Tulalip people, the Snoqualmie people, and all the tribes under the Point Elliott Treaty, whose lands you stand on go back to in time memorial. Doing a land acknowledgement is not just standing up here and stating the lands that you are on. It's also about partnerships. I spoke on a panel recently where the question was asked, how can I be a better partner? How can we be better stewards of the lands, of the places that we live? How can Indigenous people still sustain and do cultural practices in the world that we live in? And you may ask, why is this important? It's important because tomorrow and our future generations and the Native people that live and believe in 7 generations ahead, meaning that the decisions that we make today and that we discuss affect our communities that far ahead. The land acknowledgement is not me sitting here in front of you and telling you where you are. It's me, it's Native people and Indigenous people all over the world creating solutions to protect our Mother Earth and our grandfather sky, and to help each and every person live in a more aligned way with values that sustain the practices and teachings that you will gain today. So again, we must ask ourselves, how can I be a better partner? Because we can't talk about the people without talking about the land. And so thank you guys for all being here today and for the various things that we'll get to experience and talk about, and for allowing me this time to at least share this opening knowledge with you all. Thank you.
Can we get one more round of applause, please, for Rachel? And then also, can we get one more round of applause for those awesome earrings Rachel is wearing, please? Thank you. That also needed to be acknowledged. Those are dope.
Sorry, I'm not sure this, there we go. So this morning's event is centered on a singular question. How can belonging help foster pandemic recovery so that Seattle can be a place where everyone thrives? Let's put your hands together to welcome our opening keynote speaker, Dr. Ben Danielson.
I'm going to read a really quick bio about Ben Danielson. Dr. Benjamin Danielson is a pediatrician and clinical professor of pediatrics at the University of Washington School of Medicine. Shout out. Dr. Danielson, beloved Seattle area community member and public health champion for Black and brown children and their families. His career path has increased access to healthcare by fighting racism head on. As a pediatrician, Danielson created community-centered programs, and addressed needed governmental policy shifts as a member of several health boards. He was the medical director of the Odessa Browns Children Clinic. Shout out to my kids, Cole, they went there, from 99 to 2020. However, during the pandemic, he resigned after speaking out against prevalent institutional racism at the clinic, including resistance to change from hospital leaders. In September of 21, Danielson started directing a new program, Allies and Healthier Systems for Health and Abundance in Youth, or ASHE, to help address and prevent youth incarceration, and is a board member of the Tubman Health. And a personal thing, I have my son. Like I said, he was sick. Odessa was where he went to, but the work that he's done to create access for poor communities to have access to healthcare is one of the few reasons I'm even able to have my son in this country. So I really appreciate him, and I really want you to put your hands together and really welcome to the stage, Dr. Danielson. Come on up. Yeah, go ahead. That's all you.
Woo. All right. Can y'all hear me okay? Let's set the record straight just to begin with. There is no one person who ever does anything good alone. Am I right? We do this together. We do all of this work together. I get a little embarrassed sometimes because I know I'm taking credit for the work that many other people do. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate. You know what? I'm even going to stop there. I want to say something in the way of gratitude, and forgive me for stumbling because this was not part of anything I would have prepared. But I see you all. I see you. Do you see me? Yeah, I see you. I see each and every one of you. I see people who stood by me when I was going through hard times. I see people who I know believed in me and believed in each other when Seattle has struggled and gone through hard times. I see you. Do you see me? Yeah, I see you. And I so appreciate you. I appreciate the opportunity to still be here today because I might have been actually pushed out of this city by some of the things that I wanted to stand up for. I might have been pushed to move to another place, and I was able to stay because of you. I see you. Do you see me? Yeah, I see you. I see you, and I appreciate you. There's so many ways in which we walk through this world together, side by side, sometimes mind by mind, far away, but still together. I see you, and I appreciate you, and I'm so thankful that I'm still part of the Seattle family. And honestly, it's because of you. So I wanted to just share gratitude and say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to stay in your family, to stay in this space, to be part of this journey with you. I see you. Do you see me? I know that's true. I'm a very nervous talker, so I wander around a little bit. I'm not a great talker, so I brought a prop along with me today. So even if I stumble through my words, I just want you to see something beautiful. So I put together some images of art, street art, and images for you to share and look at and see. And you don't have to remember anything I say. Just see what these images mean to you, how you take them in and how you appreciate them. It's also my thank you card to you. A thank you card of images of the beauty and struggle and hard work that is the kind of work we do every day. So if you don't mind, I'll start that now. This is a chance for me to talk a little bit about this thing, about belonging and healing and unity, which I consider a journey with many paths that many of us share. Sometimes you feel like you walk alone, and I will tell you that you do not. Sometimes you feel like the journey is hard, and I will tell you I want to help make it easier for you because I know you've made it easier for me. It's a journey. I don't erase the hardship because the hardship is supposed to be there, isn't it? I don't make it completely easy, and neither do you, because we are supposed to struggle. We're supposed to struggle, and we're supposed to hold the joy that is part of that struggle as well, because damn, we're together, and we're doing this together. This is a journey that has beginnings way before any of us have been doing this work, right? This is a journey that goes on and transcends time. This is a journey full of pain and struggle. This is a story of this country. This is a story of oppression. This is a story of hardship, and it's also a story of incredible power and joy. This is a journey that we play a small part in this moment in time, but this is a journey nonetheless that maybe makes time less meaningful, that maybe in some Sankofa way, time, the past, the present, and the future, they join together in this moment because it is all of that. That is a part of this journey. That is where we are. That is where we are going. On that journey, I learned things. I try to keep learning things. I learned things like, for instance, that the way we think about issues like racism have to be understood more clearly. I've learned not to talk about differences in healthcare based on race because I'm supposed to be a doctor, and I know that there's no biological sense to that. I'm learning that the differences we see, the hardships we see, they are based on racism, not race. Racism, not race. I'm learning. I'm trying to learn as I go along in this journey. I try to understand things, and I want to share a few of them with you because I try to get a better sense of what I know, what I understand through that journey. I'm also learning not to forget that that journey carries with it desire sometimes for people to stop remembering, to erase a past, to cover over something that was important somehow just a couple of years ago and somehow forgotten even today. It's hard to remember sometimes. It's easy to forget sometimes, and yet our task, our job, even in this moment, even in this part of this journey, is to continue to remember why we're doing this, why we're here, why it was important and will be important tomorrow. I'm learning with you all, and I'm trying to be on this journey with you. It's hard sometimes because we talk in different directions. We understand things in different ways. We see things sometimes differently, and that's okay, isn't it? I have a journey. I have a story. You have a story. You have a beautiful story. You have a narrative that is part of your life. We all have narratives and stories, and they're all valuable, and they're all real. There is not just one story. There is a multitude of stories. They are our stories, and they're all real. We also sometimes get caught up in the ways in which, I don't know, I guess I'll call it scarcity. Maybe I'll call it zero-sum game thinking. We think in order for us to advance, someone else has to not advance. Someone else has to lose in order for us to win. That is a construct of a time that needs to die and go away. That is not who we are. We have multiple voices and multiple stories, and they're all valid, and they do not denigrate each other's. They do not take away from each other's, because we are part of a journey together. I see us, and I understand us, and in the times when I get confused, when I feel a little lost, when I try to wonder where I'm going and who I am, all I need to do is look into the eyes of a young person who is both asking and answering a question, a young person who is trying to bring me along on their journey of brilliance of youth, that have the eyes that are clear on the future, understand exactly where we need to be going, and know that we are part of something that needs to ask us to do something for our future. I understand where I'm going sometimes just by looking at somebody who hasn't even been there yet, but they know exactly what they're doing because they're on that journey. It's beautiful, it's powerful, there's clarity, and there's an understanding through the eyes of young people about how we should be walking in the world and who we are actually and truly and undeniably accountable to. And let me tell you something, it's not on your lanyards. It's in your hearts and in your souls. I'm learning, I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to grow as we go along. I'm trying to see ways in which our world needs to change in order to understand how we move better together, faster and stronger. I see in us a power and a beauty that's amazing. We are people who have experienced pain. We've had hardships on our journey, but those hardships, those traumas, that pain does not define who we are. I'll say that again because I think I really want you to hear this. Our pain, our journeys, our hardships, they do not define who we are. We are beautiful. We are beautiful people. We are brilliant, amazing, beautiful people. We have a story to tell, we have a gift to share, and we are absolutely brilliant. There's no way that the hard things that we face in our lives are the things that define who we are, because there's just so much more to us than that. We're on a journey together. And part of that is for us to keep learning. Let me tell you something else I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn how not to talk about this work of anti-racism and social justice in terms of narrowing gaps. I am so tired of talking about justifying the way racism shows up in our world and talking about narrowing gaps. Narrowing gaps is so exhausting. It is a term that means that somehow I am only going to be as good as I possibly can be when I'm compared to someone else's as good as they possibly can be. Does that make any sense? Where in the world is there space for us to see our fullest selves, to see ourselves blooming in every possible way? Where does my brilliance show up that yours might not be? How do I ever want to compare myself only to the best that some majority number of populations can achieve? Can we stop the talk about gaps? Can we stop talking about the goal of narrowing gaps and eliminating disparities and talk about lifting up the possible, for thriving, for ability, for doing things that have never even been thought of before, that so bust any chart that I could ever show you because they're coming from a different kind of brilliance. Do you feel me? Does that make sense? If you want to talk about a gap to describe where we are today, okay. But do not talk about narrowing a gap as a goal, because that goal is rooted in oppression, and we need to move beyond that. I'm still learning about how so many of us see the world so differently, how there's beauty in our vision, how each of our perspectives continue to allow us to grow by noticing how somebody else notices something, not by trying to make it fit to my frame, not by trying to make it understandable in some language that's more comfortable to me, but actually noticing that perspective is a beautiful perspective. I'm trying to learn. Are you learning with me? Is this a journey that we're on together? I feel that. I'm trying to grow, trying to understand complexity, trying not to get in that pattern we sometimes have of taking the most complex problems and questions and then looking for that one singular solution, that one little thing, that one little button you could push that somehow would change everything. Our world is complex. I embrace that complexity. I think it's beautiful. I think it's amazing the way complexity comes together, how differences show up, how you cannot describe me by one thing. You cannot name my identity, although my identity shows up in every aspect of your life, but you do not get to describe me. I'm much more complex than that. You are too. And I love that. I want to learn more about your complexity. That is part of this journey in my view. We're growing and we're learning and we're coming together. We're on this journey, and I think it's important for us to understand how each step of that really helps us to change and grow. I'm also trying to point at the screen, but sometimes we had this really well worked out, but I'm not really signaling quite the way I should. I just think that when we start to think on a more complex level, the possibilities for each of us starts to show up in a different way. And the community that we build together then looks a little bit different, a little bit richer, a little bit more beautiful, a little bit more dynamic. The possibilities grow, and suddenly we start to feel different about what we can do and see around us. I start to understand that I'm part of something, that I have a small contribution, that you have a small contribution, and that some of that makes us all so much better along the way. I'm learning and I'm seeing how we have a history full of pain and hardship. We have a history of trying to erase the possibilities for growth and advancement in some of our communities, that we have tried through conflagratory processes by violence to actually hold people down, especially in our Black and brown communities, through racism to try to keep people from experiencing the wealth of this country that everyone should be able to experience. And it's not just on those days when a village is burned down, when a community is destroyed. It's also on those days when someone can't get a fair rent, when someone's housing value is changed, when someone isn't able to participate in this communities in the same way that they should. It is not just the fiery moments that define the hardships that we face. It is also the day-to-day battles that each one of you fights to make sure that our neighbors, that our communities have equity and opportunity within them. I'm trying to learn about the intersections, about the ways in which those who are most hit hard by issues of socioeconomic deprivation and cultural deprivation and racism are also the ones who are hit the most hard by environmental change, climate change, and the effects of the harm that we're doing to the very air that we breathe. I'm trying to learn, y'all. I'm trying to grow. And I'm growing with you because you are my teachers. I think about the spaces and places where we think and the ways in which we express ourselves. And I remember that people have been doing this before us. That is not just a brand new journey we're on. That there have been people who've been speaking up and speaking out about justice for a long, long time, for generations. That there are journeys we're going to have to walk again, fights we're going to have to fight again, and that's okay because we're doing it together, aren't we? And we've been doing it before too, and we know how to keep doing that. I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning how to point at the screen better. I'm also learning about the ways in which we owe the education to our young people, about the battles that we fight to make sure that every school has a space to learn and understand and see themselves in the stories that surround them. That is a right. That is a right that we have every right to fight for. That cannot be denigrated, erased, taken away by laws or practices in any place in any part of this country, because if it's happening there, it's happening everywhere. I'm trying to learn. I'm learning about the rights that each of us have and the importance of standing up for the rights of women and their reproductive rights, the rights of women to be seen and known and understood and share in the power, own the power as far as I'm concerned, because I come from a clinic that's named after women, that's been lifted up by women and held by women for generations. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to grow in this space when murdered and missing Indigenous women are affected every single day by a society that doesn't want to see, that doesn't want to recognize or understand. These are things we all need to be learning together. These are ways in which we all need to be growing together. I'm learning about how, as we work through these systems and try to change them, they're not actually small, broken parts in these systems. These systems are working exactly as they are designed. That means our strategies have to be really, really different. We can't walk into a space and say, I'm just going to fix this one piece. We can't walk into a space and say, I'm just going to address this one issue. They're working exactly, precisely, completely, and thoroughly as they are designed, which means we have to have different strategies to undo them. As I learn about those things, I also understand that in each and every day, each of you you're working hard, you're doing hard things, you're trying to compete, you're trying to stay in these games. The world is trying to rush you through every part of the things that you're trying to do for yourself and for your families and for the ones you love. I feel like time is weaponized. Time is weaponized against social justice. Time is weaponized against doing what's right. Time is weaponized against us standing up and speaking for what's right, and against us taking a break and breathing and finding our centers again and understanding and knowing ourselves in the way that we know. Time is weaponized and it becomes hard, but we have each other. And as we continue to grow and change and support each other through this process, we know how to make things different, make things more beautiful. As we do that, we start to understand that the limits to what we can do should not be ever named by someone else, that we should have a little more Angela Davis in them and ourselves, and understand that there are things that we cannot tolerate any longer, and that we have so much more power than we actually want to say or can say we have sometimes. It's time for us to name where our limits are. Time for us to be able to say what we can and can't do and lift up the power that is us together. I'm learning, y'all, and through that, I gain an incredible amount of hope. You give me hope. Seeing you here today, spending time with you, sharing time with you gives me hope, helps me see that we have communities that are beautiful and powerful, that come from ancestors and stories that are just so incredibly connecting. Our ancestors actually go back to the same place, don't they? Our ancestry goes back to the same place. And we're all part of an incredible journey together. As I learn those things, I start to understand how I'm not afraid to fight again for things that people have fought for before. I'm not afraid to stand tall because I know that people have stood tall before, and I'm around some pretty amazing heroes in my midst right here today. I'm not afraid to try to work harder because it's worth it and because I see what needs to be happening in the eyes of those young people. I'm ready to plot, to plan, to strategize, to mobilize. Are you ready for that? Is this part of the world that you want to see as well? I know I'm ready. I just need a couple standing next to me over here and over there. You lead, I will follow you. Our work is before us. And when we do that, we start to shed the masks, don't we? We start to remove the shields and the layers that sometimes are protective, but I think are ultimately harmful, that make us feel like we need to act like someone else, feel like we need to show up in a way that is not us, feel like we need to shield and hide our inner, bodacious, amazing, incredible, flagrant, just full of life self. I'm running out of words. I'm so excited about it. But this is a space that we need to be doing. This is a time I think we're in right now of shedding our masks, of showing ourselves, of saying that the places we work, the places we pray, the places that we live in, the places that we share with each other, they're better because they see all of us, not just part of us. They're better because they experience all of our brilliance, not just the kind that was acquired in some particular kind of training. This is a time for all of us to show all of us to each other. I think this is what we should be aiming towards, and I think that's what we have in our futures. I think about this, and I think about the ways in which we start to understand each other better by truly seeing each other, knowing each other's experiences. That's beautiful, isn't it? That is the space that we see for ourselves, the space we want to get to. This is my gratitude card to you, this image of us truly knowing and seeing each other. That is part of this journey. That is the most beautiful part of the journey I can imagine. I see that happening. I see that happening especially when we listen to the young people around us, when we create these megaphones and the spaces for them to understand and know themselves and speak out and tell you, this is what needs to happen. This is the future that we get for ourselves. This is the gift that we give to each other and we give ourselves by standing in our true nature and our true time. I see that and I understand things. I'm learning. I want to tell you something. I'm just feeling like I'm starting to learn. I'm learning about something that defies gravity, something that doesn't make sense to Sir Isaac Newton, but makes sense to me. And that thing is that it is easier to lift people up than it is to hold them down. It is easier. It is less. It is just plain better, but it's also easier to lift people up than to hold them down. Oppression is hard work. You know why you're tired, partly? You're part of an oppressive society. You know why you're tired? Because you're fighting against the oppression that is around you every single day. It's easier to lift someone up than it is to hold them down. And that's the strength that we need to draw from. I told you I'm trying to learn. I'm doing my best to learn. And when we start to learn together, we create a sense of belonging, of connectedness, a sense of value and how our power is shared and how beautiful it is to know somebody who sees you, to see somebody who looks like you, to create a space for someone to see someone else and be connected across that spectrum. I'm learning, y'all. I'm trying to learn. And I learned my most important lessons from community, the connectedness and the strength and the voice of community that allows us to understand sometimes how to see through the I don't know, the bureaucracy, the complications, the challenges that face us every single day. The power of community, that's what a lot of you have taught me about. The understanding that it is through the voice of community that the best answers, the best solutions, the best practices, the best outcomes are always going to come. As we learn together on this journey, we start to create something kind of like wisdom, right? Something that's different than something in a book, something that's a little bit different than a bar chart or a graph, something that's deeper and more meaningful, something that comes from a grandmother's blanket, or maybe from a time when you heard somebody say something and you said, "Ashe, I know that's right." We're learning, we're gaining wisdom, and we're sharing it together. This journey is important because there's this ultimate goal that we all want to see. A time when people know and love themselves and have a sense of belonging that radiates and shines out across our communities. A time when our brilliance is a strength, where our abundance is seen, and where we're measured by the things we can do instead of by the things we can't. We're not measured by our barriers, but by our possibilities. We're not measured by some problem list, but by some asset list that is so much longer than anything like that. This is where we're going to on this journey. This is what we owe and gift ourselves. We start to see the brilliance and strength in communities, and we understand that we should be asking, what can we do based on those strengths instead of what should we do based on those deficits? We start to see and assume brilliance. Based on the brilliance in this community, what should we be doing to lift it up? I see that. I see that as our journey and our path. And I love that, because ultimately the measure of that, the strength of that, the most important piece of that, can that be full screen? Is really understanding this path towards dignity. The thing that every single person deserves, the birthright of each and every one of us, the beauty that we've earned and owned for time immemorial, the thing that is in our genes and in our souls, the things that walks beside us when we need a little strength, the thing that people need to recognize in order to see us for our best selves. Dignity, the piece that allows us to see each other through eyes that didn't want to see the same way before. Dignity, the sense that when you walk through the door, you are enough. You are absolutely enough. You don't have to be some exceptional something. You don't have to show up in a way that dresses in a certain way. You don't have to become somebody who uses a particular language. You are enough because you're valuable, because you're beautiful, because you're something and someone that's part of a journey that's incredible and wonderful. And because your inherency means you don't have to prove a damn thing. You are enough. You are wonderful, and it is your dignity that I uphold and I celebrate, and I join with you in enjoying this time together. We are part of something special, y'all. We're a part of something amazing. We're a part of incredible spaces, incredible places, and an incredible time. And I am so thankful to be on this journey with each and every one of you. And I just want to say again, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of a beloved and loving community. Thanks, you all.
Thank you. You know what I'm gonna say. It need to be a little louder than that.
I think we have some thank yous, and let's just tag team on this, shall we? Thank you, Dr. Ben Danielson. Thank you. Thank you for lifting us up. Thank you for showing us the power of community, the power to do great and wonderful things together as we tap into our individual power and we sink into the power of us as a collective to imagine the future possible.
Yeah, I also just want to thank all of you guys for being here, both here at home and at home or online, wherever you're at, just for being here. This means a lot. This is more than just, sitting in a chair. This is showing that people are interested in building a future that we can all live in. And I really appreciate y'all.
Do we have some music?
We do have some more music. I'm going to call back up to the stage the wonderful and talented, and please make a lot of noise for them, J.R. Rhodes. Please come on up. Little louder. JR will be doing a song called Libba, which is interesting backstory, which I'll let them talk about. But from their first open mic performance at the OK Hotel, which has a lot of meaning for me. I did a lot of stuff at OK Hotel, to being at Benaroya Hall, They have mixed like folk music, blues, jazz together to create a very potent and powerful way of exploring both what it means to be alive now and what we can do with our life in the future based off what we know from our past. Right now, they are working on 2 new albums, and I understand you as an artist, I'm always working on at least 2 or 3 new albums. And one is a folk album that is inspired by Alice Walker, Nikki Giovanni, and Elizabeth Cotton, which goes back to the Libba song. And then another one is one that's based off of like African American spirituals, slave songs, and all of that. And I know it's going to be beautiful. So one more time before they start, can you please put your hands together and make some noise for J.R. Rhodes? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I heard about Libba's story, and she was born left-handed, and anyway, back in the day, nobody was around to help you if you were a left-handed guitarist, so she taught herself. So she flipped the right-hand guitar around and didn't change the strings, and came up with her own way of doing it. So this song is a celebration of her grace and her determination and being herself. So this is Libba, and this is Lori joining me, Lori Goldston. Thanks for listening. Left is right, right is left, Libba turned it around. Right is left, left is right, Libba turned it around. Libba turned it around. Right round, darling, Libba turned it around. Right round, hey. Up is down, down is up. Libba turned it around. Down is up, up is down. Libba turned it around. Libba turned it around. Right round, darling, Libba turned it around. Right round, hey. When you think your last race is already run, when all the streets you see seem like dead end, when your smile's been upside down so long you don't know how long now, you can turn it around. You can do like Libba too. Yes, you, yes, you, yes, you. You can turn it around. around, darling. You can turn it around. You can turn it around. Right around, darling. You can turn it around. Right around. Hey. Turn it around. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. You know I'm going to ask it again. Can we please make a little more noise than that? There we go. All right, just real quick. Just repeat after me. Say, yeah. Say, hey. Say, let's go. All right, yeah, that's kind of like the energy level I want for our performers and our speakers. They feel good. It is, I am speaking from experience, incredibly nerve-wracking to stand in front of a bunch of really good-looking people and try to talk to them. So please give them all the energy that you can. It's really, really appreciated.
All right, so now as we're giving our appreciation, I know all of you probably have some questions that you'd like to pose to the chat and in your Q&A. So if you have questions, please write them down. And if you're joining us online, please pop them into the chat and we'll gather them up and pose them during our Q&A. So thank you so much. And now.
And in the meantime, while we're doing that, we are going to put a clip up and we're going to watch the opening trailer for what it's called, Since I've Been Down, which is this documentary by one of our guests, Dr. Gilda Sheppard. And we're going to have, you're going to get to see this and come up with some more ideas, and then we're going to bring them up afterwards. Are we good to go with the clip? We're good? We need 1 second. Okay. So we're going to get into this clip. This clip is amazing. I got to watch half of this video before my internet died last week. So I'm very excited to see the rest at some point. And I hope that you guys are enjoying your time here with us today. And we're still working on that minute. So I want to also
ask a quick question. How many of you have already seen some of this incredible documentary film that we
raise your hands, please.
Raise that hand up high. And how many of those of you who have seen it, how many of those of you who have seen it had your heart lifted up by the power of possibility inside Dr. Sheppard's work? So incredible. And I know that there are people in this audience here who actually brought that film to life, who are filmmakers, right? Cinematographers on that film. If you were part of that film, if you could stand up for a quick second, we'd like to give you some love. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere.
There we go. Come on, a little more clapping.
A little louder, a little louder. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right, so without any further ado, we would like to run the clip for the trailer of Since I've Been Down. Thank you.
Convicted and punished. You will be put away and put away for good. 3 strikes and you are out.
In 1993, Washington State was the first state to implement the 3 strikes policy and make it okay to put people in prison and throw away the key.
Young kids were getting involved in horrendous violence. Things were spiraling wildly out of control.
The face of the threat became young black and brown men.
This is our hill. Don't come here. The police would round them up for whatever reason they could.
What you doing here? You don't live around here.
Some people didn't commit crimes and were just caught up.
All my friends is either in prison forever or dead.
My name's Kamani Carter, and I'm currently serving a life sentence. My history is the life of a lot of kids out there in our community. And my reality as a young man doing life in prison will be their future if we don't start creating better ways of dealing with our children.
somebody who was 18 years old at the time of the crime, you don't know who he's going to be 20 years on.
It's about being able to see the Kamani that I've become, not the Kamani that I once was. For a lot of those kids, I don't think that they've matured enough to calculate the consequences for their actions.
He was 11, and the gangs are already starting the recruiting process.
A lot of answers that people in society are seeking will be found in prison. We've caused pain, but we caused pain primarily because we was in pain.
The Black Prisoners Caucus is about liberation.
The more that we begin to educate ourselves, the more empowered we become.
We've created a support group for positivity in the most unlikely of environments.
You're never too old to find that peace with yourself.
Victims are perpetrators of victims. And we're all victims of this system.
How was that, y'all? Oh man, I'm up there, huh? Never look at the screen when you're doing this. All right. So, first off, I want to welcome the one and the only Dr. Gilda Sheppard. Gilda, we're gonna ask you a couple questions when you get up here. Also want to, there you go. Wow, nice glasses. Nice haircut. Yo, give it up. Make some more noise. You gotta be one of these mics. Yeah, we have a couple questions for you. So, just gonna get into a couple questions, everybody. I had to write these down because when I get nervous, I don't remember things. So, Gilda is on the green mic. Cool, sweet. So, we have time for a question or two before we come up. So the first question is, can you tell us a bit about why you made this documentary and what it was like to debut this in the middle of a global pandemic that gripped people in prisons and jails and detention centers all over the world?
Okay. I made this documentary as a love letter to children. I made this documentary because I wanted to, because once we had stories, but now we have statistics. I made this documentary because I want to punctuate, where do we start a story? Do we start the story when someone's in prison? When we start the story when someone commits a crime? Do we start the story with the Indian Removal Act, the Chinese Removal Act? Go to redlining, go to gentrification, go to a pipeline to gangs, go to a pipeline to prison. Where do we start the story? Are you with me? You know, so I wanted to engage our imagination. Imagination is nothing that's false. It's not anything that's frivolous. It is something that gets us out of bed. It is something that says, oh, my heart is broken, but I'm gonna make it another day. All right? Imagination is what keeps us going. How did it feel to do this film or release it at the time of the pandemic? First of all, this film is now on 30,000 free tablets in men and women jails, prisons, and juvenile detention. But guess what? It has not been shown in Washington State. The Department of Corrections needs to change that, right? We have to create an imagination, a sense of becoming and being. We must call the Department of Corrections in Olympia and say, you want the people in Washington State who are in this film, who show the triumph of the human spirit, to let these men and women, them and they, children see it. I've screened it in Green Hill Juvenile Facility, you know, but so it's difficult. It was very difficult, but I'm an artist. And imagination goes wild, particularly with me. It is my tool for being and becoming and the possibility, you know, of creating, not just changing, but creating. So because we couldn't go to these film festivals, which I was like, oh, I can't go to a film festival. But what we did is organize. We had living room screenings on the Zoom. So it wasn't, yes, yeah, aren't you happy? I mean, it was not just the film buffs who were running to it. You know, I'm a film buff. So it's not just the artistes that were going to the film festival, you know. It was everybody. The brother and sister, the them and they on the corner could see it. The families could see it. The people in prison couldn't, so I had to do something about that, right? So I took advantage, so to speak, or seized the opportunity, so to speak, to give this film, as Dr. Ben Danielson said, some dignity. Because I'm still learning, as he also said, of how to make a way out of no way, right? You know, and so we organized in communities and neighborhoods nationally. It just went to South Africa. And then before that, it was in Ghana, West Africa, right? We're thinking about Senegal, right? You know, so it went to a lot of places in spite of the pandemic. But then I think about the men and women in prison, because if they were tested positive, they were, I dare say, punished. They were put into a large gymnasium, pack by pack by pack by pack, right there to further isolate them from other people. And guess who brought the virus into the prison? They didn't get out. And I'm not pointing my finger. That talks about the public health issue. That this is not just a silo of one thing. It's a public health issue. I'm concerned about those staff who came in, who spread the germ, right? The virus. It's not like I'm saying that they're the problem. We have to create a solution. So I hope that answered your question.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Also, I just want to thank you too. Like, as a Black man, I often feel like this fear that my life only really has value as long as I don't end up in these places. And it is nice to see someone look at people I love and people I'm close with who are incarcerated and still see them as human beings. There's a level of anxiety that I don't recognize every day that it reduces for me. And I really appreciate that. You have this quote from your blog. I think love takes up healing as a process, not just trying to fix something, but viewing healing as a process. And my favorite part, love is a public health issue. Can you go a bit more into that quote and what you meant by that, and how do you connect the love and abolition?
Wow, that's a lot. First of all, when I say I'm a prison abolitionist, I am saying that I want to create a world, a country, a society, a neighborhood, a city where we don't need prisons, right? You know that our military budget, they ask for so much money in our military budget nationally, right? And the Senate granted more money when we don't have nurses in schools, when we don't have enough counselors in schools, right? That is why I say it's a public health issue. But having that presence means that you have compassion, right? Social policies develop compassion. They grow compassion. Compassion for one another. Martin Luther King said, by the time I eat breakfast in the morning, we will have depended on more than half of the world. Where did the coffee come from? Where did the blue and the jeans come from, that indigo? Where are we manufacturing these things? What air are we breathing? And where does it all go? And that's the practice of love, my dear friends. So how do we hold people accountable for wrongdoing and at the same time be conscious of their ability to heal? And that's a quote from the great Bell Hooks. How do we do that, right? How do we forgive and not forget? And the forgetting when we close our eyes and just not see a person, see a possibility. You know? How do we change this narrative that sustains the problem? How do we do it working in the city, working for the city? I mean, is that what you wake up and look in the mirror? How can I change today? Or how can I create something? What policies are we looking at? And how do they grow? And how can we seize the opportunity? Because we don't have to have the answer, but I bet you know one thing, we need to know the question. And we need to continue to question and continue to question. Don't worry about the burden of, oh God, what's the answer? It took me 10 years to do this film. But I got closer to the people as I was doing it. I went from Dr. Sheppard to Professor Sheppard to Auntie Gilda to Mama G. And that's where, that was the proximity, you know? Brian Stevens says the answer to poverty is not wealth. The answer to poverty is justice. And justice is love.
Yes. Oh, please don't leave. We're going to have you up here in a little bit to go through our panel. But before we do that, we are going to show another clip from Ask an Abolitionist. And we're ready to go for that. All right, we ought to get into that right now. Thank you guys so much. Please make some noise for Dr. Gilda Sheppard, aka Mama G.
Stand up,
I love that.
And I'm going to play
let's
song.
Go.
I'm going to invite you to just do what you see me doing.
Our goal on Thursday is to help community members understand what an abolitionist is. So am I correct, Nevaeh, Lizette, and Azeb, that the word abolition is new to you?
Yeah. Wait, abolitionist. I can't say it. How do you say the word again?
Abolitionist.
Abolitionist.
Okay. So the nice thing is you get to use all of your curiosity to have a conversation with the abolitionist on the call. Bretler Art Club, you ready?
Yes. What is an abolitionist?
What is an abolitionist? Well, I understand an abolitionist to be someone who wants to abolish the police and the criminal punishment system.
What is abolish?
Well, abolish means to take it apart and get rid of it. So I want to take apart the police, take apart jails, and take apart prosecution, take apart other systems that maybe hurt our communities, get rid of them, and then build something better that actually takes care of us.
I don't understand why you guys want to be an abolitionist. I have no idea what that means.
I see myself being part of a bigger movement of people. So we're not, sometimes it feels like a club, right? Like we all share this value of wanting to end policing, end detention centers, close down jails, but really just kind of this bigger movement of this bigger dream of a better world.
I have a real quick question. Are you guys both like saying there you guys should have like a better place for people that get arrested?
So at least for me, I think that there are alternatives to sending someone to jail and actually like working with people so that they don't continue those cycles of harm in the future.
Abolitionist.
What kind of abolitionist are you?
I help people build relationship skills, help us be able to relate to each other in a good way and address conflict, and also help people who are being harmed find a way to get safety and support. And usually that means getting away from the person that's causing them harm. I learned about this because when I was growing up, my mom used to beat me and my sisters up, and we didn't tell anybody because the cops and the school system would take me and my sisters away from her and from my dad, and we didn't think that that was a good idea. And so my older sister reached out to a bunch of community members that were outside of our family and built a safe home for us.
Did your mom hit you guys for no such reasons? or did you guys do something bad?
Well, I don't think that anybody deserves to get hit. And yeah, I think that my mom was actually hurting too, because she used to get hit for no reason. And she didn't know another way to help us stop doing things that she didn't like. And she didn't have the support that she needed to make a different decision. Lisette is trying really hard to say my hand is raised.
Oh, that's what you're doing, Lisette. Thank you. And this is why we co-facilitate so we don't miss cues. What's your question, Lisette?
Why are you an abolitionist?
I am an abolitionist because I believe that you and I and our communities, our friends and our families already have what we need to take care of each other. I would rather have a future where we all treat each other like family or like community.
I'm an abolitionist because prisons and jails have a long history of being based on hurting people, discriminating against people, picking out people that are black and brown, and send them away, way out in different places across the state. You get forgotten about, never see them again sometimes. That's not how we treat people. It's a broke system to start with. And so you can't ever fix something that has a bad foundation and it hurts people that look like you and me.
Are there different abolitionists? I can't say it, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Abolitionists, are there different ones? I think so. Like you heard today, like abolition means different things to different people. But I think that like at its core, it's coming from like the same place. It's about making the world a better place, not just prisons. And I think abolition is about creating a different kind of system where we're not punishing people when they've done something wrong. And that means not having prisons at all.
About to not have prisons, how about like someone literally just killed someone? So that's why we need prisons, in my opinion, because everybody needs a punishment for something they have done wrong.
Part of our hope is that we get to a place where we're able to help stop harm. If we put people in jail, it doesn't mean we'll stop murders. It's about creating a world where people are well cared for and we have strong, healthy relationships. We can do the work of preventing things like murder or hurt to each other.
May I be not just your facilitator, but your art teacher for a moment? Because this is for love in the time of COVID. And I want you to put your hand on your heart. Say, this is my heart.
This is my heart.
I love my heart.
I love my heart.
5-minute free draw. What's making a world so safe and beautiful that it never needs a prison?
Hey, let's have a big shout out to the young community journalists. Woo! Young community journalists in training who helped expand our vocabularies. Thank you, Art Club. That project was produced via the Seattle Public Library's public engagement programs and was a response to the understanding the George Floyd uprisings with insights from our younger community members who are our leaders. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You make some more noise, please. I am informed there have been like little cue cards that have been passed out. Those are so you can write questions for the people who will be on our panel. If any questions that are coming up, we want to prioritize your guys' questions. So please, this is a good time to start writing those down if you haven't, and then we'll get those collected so we can ask. And we're going to be diving into a discussion about racism as a public health crisis. We have another short clip that should give us enough time to gather some more questions from you guys. And shout out to the mic captains who are out there. And shout out to the chat captains who are holding it down in the chat. And I just really want to appreciate you guys. And please get your questions in and write your questions down. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is an awesome plan for us. And I just want to say to all of us that we have a crowd of hundreds today in our first hybrid summit. And for those of you tuning in live at Seattle Center, over half our audience is online. Let's give some noise to our online friends. Yeah, woo! We want to keep everybody connected, so let's do a little friendly competition. Let's see how many questions we can get from our live audience and how many we can get from our online audience. And then let's grill our amazing presenters. All right. And with that, let's roll up our next clip.
Let's bring that clip in. Thank you, guys. You guys are dope. Thank you so much. We good? Do you need a minute? We need 1 minute. All right. 1 minute to go. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you, fam. Yeah, I love this town. I really do. I want to thank you guys for being here. I'm just wasting a little bit of time so we can get that clip going. And as I'm wasting the time, I want to give a shout out to all of our people doing American Sign Language, interpreting for us both online and in person. Thank you guys so much. And if you haven't noticed this brother's bow tie, please take a second before you leave today to appreciate it. It's wonderful. And your hair. I like your hair and your glasses. Are we about ready to go? We are ready to go. No more compliments for now. I'll compliment you guys some more later. Let's roll this clip. Thank you, guys.
People sometimes miss when they say, "Why are you talking about race?" When a person says that, it tells me that they haven't experienced receiving lesser services due to race or experienced discrimination. And what we need to think about, again, when we think about belonging and equal rights and equal protection, is how can everyone thrive? Any kind of thinking that suggests that if you have your rights means I'm not going to get my rights, it actually doesn't work that way. If you get your rights, I've got my rights, we've all got our rights. This pie of rights is big enough for all of us to get our rights, and it could be a super delicious pie. So don't be skeptical, I would say. I would say let's all have pie.
So the question is where is there space for healing and conversation in protecting voting rights? I think the profound thing about voting rights and democracy more generally is that it requires coalition building. It requires people to come together, and despite many differences that people have, to work toward common goals. And that's whether that is voters working together to elect someone who will address the needs of a particular region or a particular community, or whether it's lawmakers working together who come from different parts of the city or different parts of the state or different parts of the country. It's in creating a sense that we have a shared destiny, that if we are members of a community, whether it's the same city, whether it's the same state, whether it's the same country, we all have a vested interest in seeing that community thrive as a whole. The reason that voting rights are so important is because the right to vote secures other rights, and that the right to vote and full participation in our democracy means that all of the other issues and all of the other rights that people care about can be protected, and issues can be addressed.
I think something that I want everyone to know is that everyone has a role to play in all of our collective liberation. So obviously I work for an organization and my full-time job is working on civil rights and civil liberties, right? And I can't do my job unless people who don't have my job are doing their part to lift it up. And that might be, you know, grassroots groups that
All right. Thank you so much. What a wonderful clip. Thank you. So Michelle Storms is the Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union of Washington, ACLU, Washington. Michelle is concerned with equity and justice for all and has dedicated her professional and personal attention to access to justice, preservation of freedom, and democracy for all, ensuring that all humans safely reside in the circle of human concern. Can we just embrace that phrase, within the circle of human concern? That circle is here, evident and bright in this beautiful audience, online and in person today. Now, Michelle served on the Washington State Access to Justice Board for 6 years and on the board of One America. Now, I want to thank the American Civil Liberties Executive Director, Michelle Storms, for helping set the stage for the Q&A. And I'd also like to have Dr. Danielson and Dr. Sheppard and Director Derek Wheeler-Smith, if you could all come up to our panel and welcome everybody back on the stage. You can find our wonderful, brilliant troublemakers making the best, most good, most beautiful trouble. Thank you. Thank you. So I want us to give a little extra love. We have a new person on the stage with us today. He is Director Derek Wheeler-Smith. Do you mind briefly introducing yourself and kicking off our conversation? And I'll pose a question to you, which is, what is your insight on what racism as a public health crisis means to you as the new director for the Seattle Office for Civil Rights?
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Derek Wheeler-Smith. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm a Black male. I'm wearing a pink beanie and some dark pants, and I'm slightly overweight. How long do I get to blame that on the pandemic? I'm still using the pandemic as a, but I'm so honored to be in space with all of you today. I am Judah, Jaden, and Jael's father, and raising my 3 kids is the most important work that I'll ever do. And I'm married to Stephanie Wheeler. We just celebrated 19 years, and marrying my wife is certainly the best decision of my life. To answer your question, just about, could you repeat it actually for me?
Absolutely, it will be my honor. Derek, what is your insight on what racism as a public health crisis means to you as the new director of the Office for Civil Rights?
What does racism as a public health crisis mean to me? Yeah, racism as a public health crisis, I think, is really layered in complexity, and it's so deep. It's almost like trying to swim to the bottom of the ocean. I say that because I think the disparities that we experience in different sectors are all causal from other disparities, but most often we're trying to solve these complex issues in terms of the house that racism is built in an isolated fashion. So we pretend that like there's one department, there's one nonprofit organization, there's one sector somehow that's going to solve this complex issue, when really what we need are comprehensive strategies and approaches and mutual accountability, where we're co-creating in partnership with the people who have been most impacted, right, and have been most marginalized. How are we building systems and structures of belonging for the persecuted and prevented people in our communities? As I think about what racism as a public health crisis means to me, I really think about something as simple as the everyday discrimination and the toxic stress that's connected to everyday discrimination. I mean, what must it be like to have people treat you with less courtesy than they treat others, to think you're less intelligent than others, to be followed around the store, to be pulled over just for driving, to have people act as if they're afraid of you or as if they think you're dishonest, all of these things. And I think what we have learned just through science and through research is that this toxic stress actually creates challenges and issues within Black and brown bodies who have to deal with the everyday toxic stress of having these experiences. And we don't ever stop to pause to think about the unintended consequences of nervous systems that have to be impacted in this way. The telomeres, which is a blood vessel in the body. Dr. Ben can correct me if I'm pronouncing that wrong. But the telomeres of a young black male, the age of 25, is that of a white woman, the age of 52, because of the impact of toxic stress. Many of us were familiar with what transpired in the death of George Floyd, and I was a part of organizing a march. And in the middle of organizing that march, I was working during the day and organizing at night. And I'll never forget, I had an anxiety attack. I had no idea what was going on in my body when it happened, actually. I was like, am I having a heart attack or a stroke? Like, it was crazy. And I'll never forget talking to a friend of mine, and I was describing to her what happened. She had just left her doctor. Her doctor said that she had seen 5 black people, to be distinct that week, who all described the exact same experience. And I go back to what Dr. Sheppard said, where does this story start? Because 50 years ago yesterday, my grandfather died on the Wilton plantation, saving the life of a cattle whose life was thought to have more value than his. Because the levee broke and the flood rose, right? 3 years later, my mother had me at the age of 19. And I would have nightmares of drowning, obviously, at the age of 5, 6, and 7. And we could nobody could really understand what was going on. And it was not until one day my mom came in the room, the usual routine, and she's, what's going on, honey? And I'm like, Mommy, I was drowning, and there were horses in the water. And it was at that moment that it triggered my mother, because we know through the studies of epigenetics, the ways that our bodies keep score. So where does the story begin as we think about racism as a public health crisis? I think it begins with our oldest pandemic, which is not COVID-19, but COVID-16-19, when Africans touched ground on the shores of Fort Monroe. And ever since then, we have not been able to, even as the words were penned, we the people, it did not include many of the people that are actually in this space right now today. And so what we have is an opportunity to redefine that. And I think that naming and declaring racism as a public health crisis is the beginning of a broader conversation around how do we widen the circle of human concern in a way that it uplifts and upholds the prevented and persecuted folks in our communities.
What a powerful answer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your care and for your leadership. Now, I have a question for Dr. Danielson, and it's written right here, but I just want to make space for a question from the audience. Do we have some questions ready? And Khalil has them. Okay, I'm going to go with this top question, then we'll get the rest of the questions going on. Dr. Danielson, can you say more about your work with the Gathering Collaborative? That initiative is building affinities between Native Americans and Black Americans whose ancestors experienced U.S. chattel slavery. What is the vision there?
I am not.
Perfect. Do you want to do the next one?
Test.
Hey, sorry. I am not a county employee, so I get to say whatever I want, right? There's a clear intention with that work to name the populations most deeply impacted historically and through time and without changes into the future by the impacts of racism and the infiltration of racism into every aspect of our lives. So it names the descendants and those who are directly impacted by connection to the descendants of chattel slavery. It names the impact of settler colonialism on the people who survive today and the over 100 million lives lost when this country was invaded by Europe. It names that impact and the need for that to be centered in this particular project. It has maybe deeper components than just one thing. One thing is about distributing $25 million into communities in those two groups. That's important, and I will never kid myself. That is even less than rounding dust on the bill that is owed to our communities for the harms that have been done for generations upon generations upon generations. Don't call it reparations because it does not come anywhere close to that. It is a thing, it's an investment, but it is not a reparation. It's also supposed to inform and change the way perhaps county government makes decisions. There's more inclusive of those communities that have been most impacted across the spectrum of identities, from Black and Indigenous to and through other identities that have been impacted by oppression and the desire to harm and reduce the quality of life for other people. That is not necessarily a thing that our human nature needs to embrace. We do not need to oppress and harm as a population. We have embraced that, unfortunately, from a history and a legacy of a European invasion. I will say also that it seeks to change the way budgeting happens at the county level to make sure that we invest where our words are and make sure that we are actually making decisions about money that goes and flows to the communities that are most deserving of that kind of investment and support.
Nice. I have a question from the audience. This is for all you guys, or whoever wants to answer. What is the most effective, and this is a deep question. So what is the most effective way for us to come together as a whole to move RSJ or racial and social justice forward for the state? We have individuals and groups working within communities, but how do we move the state forward?
Y'all looking at me. Well, I have the formula. Well, oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. There's never one thing. As soon as you think you got it, it moves. But and part of this pool is solidarity. But that solidarity is not just based on a rainbow. That solidarity says that we have proximity, I think, to the problem, but also to creating a solution, not changing history, but creating history, right? That we understand how it is in our interest to dismantle racism and how that feeds into your children. If you don't see in my film an image of your children, believe you me, they come to get mine in the morning, soon they're gonna come to get yours. Because there is a connection that we have. So the idea of solidarity and proximity to the problem. By proximity, I mean to have someone from a particular community who you are attempting with your heart, your pure, wonderful, revolutionary heart to do something. Have them right there at the table. Don't just go out and survey them and find and bring the message to them, but actually have that person there. I remember looking at my footage and seeing the mayor at Mayor Harold, seeing him at a Black Prisoners Caucus summit. And not just that one time, and not when and this is not a campaign speech. I'm not saying that, okay? Believe you me. I think that we always got to make people work, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I voted for Clinton, 3 strikes you're out. We can't just rest. Those who believe in freedom cannot rest until, but he was there. He was there at the prisons. And so are there people on your committee, in your committee, who are representative of the problem that you are trying to solve? In the film, it says that Mary Flowers says, don't you know that the people under the bridge have some answers to their problem if they see it as a problem? I can go on and on, but there you go.
Yeah. All right. Next question. So, but for all you guys, whoever wants to answer, how do you overcome the disbelief in your work? Sometimes it's the systems in your way. Sometimes people close to you that challenge your vision. How do you keep going even when you feel you're the only one?
That's I guess I can only really answer that right on a very personal level. I think it's it's a deep abiding faith that I have in the possibilities of a world that can look so different. I think one of the things that has meant for me has meant I've had to be someone who's more committed to sowing seeds than I am harvesting crops. I think about folks who built these immaculate, incredible cathedrals over in Europe that took 250 years to build. People were building things that they knew that they would never have an opportunity themselves to step foot in or to experience, but they were cultivating and creating a reality that would benefit generations to come. And so I think it's how do we become committed more than focusing on these outcomes, more to the relationship and to the journey that we're on, and how do we remain committed to the cause? How do we take care of ourselves in the midst of work that's dehumanizing? How do we do the work of healing, and how does that get integrated into the work so that healing is not some extracurricular thing that we do, but it's a cadence that's built into the reality of what we're trying to accomplish? Because part of the last question and combining that question with this question in terms of how do we collectively begin to work together, I think a big part of it is how do we actually heal as individuals? Yep. We say that hurt people hurt people. Well, the truth is healed people heal people. And I think that it has to become about leadership of self. We tend to think of leadership about how are we leading down or how are we leading up or how are we leading laterally. 50% of leadership is leading you. And I think we have too many people who have toxic relationships with themselves and they expect to have a healthy relationship with the movement. And so it's really about doing internalized work and how do we spend time looking in the mirror so that we can heal. Otherwise, all we do is begin to replicate the same toxicity that we claim we long to heal. And I'm seeing too much of what I feel like are people who just want to become, in terms of how the system plays out, the new white man. And it does us no good if we become the toxicity that we long to heal. So we have to heal internally ourselves as individuals, and then we can come together and move away from the notion and idea of othering, which is so much a part of why it makes it difficult for us to work together and why it makes it difficult for us to have a collective vision and a shared language and a shared analysis that moves us forward in spite of a system that continues to try to dehumanize us and to keep us from collectivizing, because we know that white supremacy has a long line of thinking and a way that's always at play. So if it's always at play, there's going to constantly be moments where we're attacked and divided and experiencing setbacks and marginalization and all of these things that come our way. We have to be united and come together. And I think that starts first with leadership of self.
Oh. Can I repeat that real quick? He said, hurt people, heal people, healing people, heal people. That's that was a dope. I appreciate that. We are running out of time for our questions. We have so many more, but moving on, Gilda, and we were hoping that you could help us close out by circling back to a point you made while the summit was coming together in your blog post. You say America's dirty little secret. This is an ill line. Please listen up. You said America's dirty little secret is that we don't like children. We just watched that adorable video with young children living through a pandemic, going to school online, surviving a racial reckoning. How can we do right by our future generations? And I think this even connects to the question that was just asked. How can we do right by our future generations? And can you tie it back to the policy work that allowed some of your interviewees like Marie Wiley and Kimonti Carter to come back home? I know, not small questions, right?
Actually, that's a quote from a dear friend of mine, Carl Wallaconis, who I used to teach with at Seattle Central Community College, as well as Evergreen State College in Tacoma. I see some Tacoma people out there. Hey,
shout out to TAC.
But I believe that sometimes you think that America's dirty little secret is that we don't like children. Think about the Child Care Act that came up during the pandemic. Is it continuing to go? No, they're stopping that. Think about children not dying at 15, but dying because they are 15 and being put in prison. Yes, I know the brain science has gone up. Think about how the need for nurses and counselors in schools, right? And where do we go with that? Think about the culture of punishment where a child can be suspended from an entire district. What is that teaching the child? And to quote Kimonti Carter, who is, because of the brain science change, who is free today and doing phenomenal work in community. And believe you me, his remorse is found in the act of hope and activism. It is It is something that he applies. He says it's one thing studying the subject, it's another thing being the subject. And people say, oh, they're children. Well, we can't put them on anything that deals with a board and those kinds of things. Really? No, I'm serious. I'm really serious. Yes, it will take certain kinds of compassion and patience, but you got to find a way to get their voice, because they're banning books from children. The 1619 Project, Harry Potter, so many things, Toni Morrison, Bell Hooks. And it's because there's a tendency not to want children to critically think. All of you out here, you need to critically and creatively think about the possibilities. In prison, the Black Prisoners Caucus looked around and says, yes, we start with us, Black people. And that's a tendency in the history of Black organizing. We start with ourselves, and then we open the gate. Read history, the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Panther Movement, went across to the people wearing the Confederate flags because they saw a class identity. Are you with me? Find our connection. Don't stretch them so that they break. But if they break, find somebody with a needle and a thread to put them together, that kind of thing. So, I don't know.
You talk right in.
Oh. No, I don't want to do more. One of the other things is to share the mic. You know what I mean? That's why I'm behind the camera, right? I believe you me, I know it's not so objective, but there's nothing wrong with subjectivity. As soon as you put your finger on it, you're being subjective, right? You know what I mean? What you wore in the morning is being subjective, particularly if it's fired in the kiln of love and compassion. But come on, my dear brothers. I know you have something more to say than me. I don't want to close it out.
There's no way I will be as articulate as my mates up here. I will just say that there's a different way for us to approach this world. There's a different way for us to ask questions. I have to say, I don't mind disbelief. I don't mind disbelief. I embrace a little bit of disbelief, as long as you'll also be willing to listen and hear. I don't mind a time when someone disagrees. I want a time when I'm so tired of a Northwest where everybody feels like they have to agree before anything happens. Can we get past creating questions that are either or, that are the one thing, that are the first thing or the second thing? Let's do all damn things. We are brains that are complex. We have lots of gray cells. We can understand complex ideas, and we can come together in beautiful, disharmonious harmony and create joyous love, even when the work is especially hard. I'm learning how to see pain and joy in the same moment, that there is something joyous to be found and had in everything. I'm learning that hope is not something you wait for or maybe rely on someone else to give you, although I will tell you these two give me a great amount of hope. I will also say that hope is something you grab and you seize and you cultivate and you grow, that you think about it like the plant life that you care about. You think about it like the lives around you that you want to nurture. Hope is something you create, you develop, you hone, you share, you stand tall next to, because it is something that comes from you and built by you, not because you're waiting for someone else to do it for you. I think we have to start thinking differently, even about the questions that we ask and the possibilities of the many, many answers that are in between the either and the or.
Woo. Yo, make some noise. Make some noise for the panel, please. I want to thank everybody for being up here. We are out of time for questions right now. We're going to go into lunch. If you have not registered yet, the registration is upstairs, and that's where you will also get your voucher for to get food from the participating vendors here. Not all of the vendors are participating in the voucher, so you just have to ask them first. Thank you guys so much for being here. if we could get J.R. Rhodes, we're going to have J.R. Rhodes come up and play some more music. But as the panel goes, please make some serious noise. We're going to get some pictures. All right. And then after this picture, we'll have you come up. Could you guys wait just for one moment? Oh, yeah, cool. Oh, yeah. Can we get a picture of all you guys that are here physically right now? Is that all right? If you don't want to be in the picture, that is okay. I totally understand. I am also similar. Like, for instance, I'm not in the picture. All right, we're going to do this. If everybody can look up at my hand real quick, and then we're going to count down from 3 to 1, and then we're going to take the picture. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Make some noise. And then please, can you put your hands together and welcome J.R. Rhodes back to the stage, please? Also, if you registered online, your food voucher is upstairs. Please don't forget to get it.
That was really inspiring. Thank you all so much for that. I feel replenished.
Yay.
You ready? This is based on an Alice Walker poem called Ancestors Never Sleep.
Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine.
My back is bending, carrying the suffering around me. You come to me, you come to me. Let us bear it for you, knowing as we do. You say to me, you say to me. Ancestors never sleep. Trust my beloved. Trust my beloved. My beloved sleep. Go to sleep, sleep. Go to sleep, sleep. And I am weary enough to expire. You come to me, you come to me. Oh, life's not over, it's just begun for you. You say to me, you say to me. Ancestors never sleep. Trust my beloved. Trust my beloved. My
heart. Rest your eyes and all your thoughts. Go to sleep, 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 sleep. Yay, thank you. You're very sweet. I'm gonna do one more.
My sisters? No. We are all stars? Or
Yeah, I think they said 3. Feel what you feel now. Feel what you need to now. Feel into the woman you're becoming. This road of life, well, it's hardly a straight line. Oh, this road of life, well, it's hardly a straight line. I am my sister's keeper. I am hers to keep. I am my sister's keeper. So like my brother, she is a precious, you see. I am my sister's keeper. I'm hers to keep. Know how I love you, know how I need you, and know that I'm not the only one. On this road of life, well, we inspire with our lives. Oh, on this road of life, we inspire with our lives. I am my sister's keeper. I am hers to keep. I am my sister's keeper. So like my brother, she is a precious, you see. I am my sister's keeper. I'm hers to keep. I am my sister's keeper. I'm hers to keep. Thank you so much. It's been a real honor to be with you all and to hear everybody's voices today. I'm J.R. Rhodes, and this is Jessica Lurie, and we've got one more song for you. This last song is called We Are All Stars, and these are the words of 4th and 5th graders from Olympic View Elementary School. I got to put their words to music, and this is called We Are All Stars. I can be like a thunderstorm throwing lightning wanna be a starry night sky, calm and quiet. I can be like a rainy day. I wanna be a sunny day, shining, making people happy. The sunrise is higher than the dark storm clouds. All I see is you shining bright, and like twinkling stars burning bright, giving light. We can all be stars if we try. We are all stars when we try. We are all stars when we try. We are all stars. We are all stars. We are all stars. I can be like a volcano erupting, turning things to ash. I want to be like water, cooling things down instead. I can be like a cloud, not letting the sun in. I wanna be the sun, bringing light and shining on everyone. The sunrise is higher than the dark storm clouds. All I see is you shining bright, and like twinkling stars burning bright, giving light. We can all be stars if we try. We are all stars when we try. We are all stars when we try. We are all stars. We are all stars. We are all stars. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and honor. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, JR. Can you guys hear me okay? Thank you so much for your music, for your time, for your soul, and for your spirit. I really appreciate you. You have an amazing voice. Your music is like, it's very beautiful. Very beautiful. I also want to let everybody know to please look up JR Rhodes, the JRRHODES. Find their music, pay for their music, and support really good artistry. We are going to be showing Mama G's movie, Since I've Been Down, while you guys are having lunch. I'll be sitting over here watching. Anybody want to watch it with me? Love you guys. Thank you guys so much, and enjoy your food.
Corey out the car. On the walkie-talkies, you could hear them say DOA at the scene. So we knew he was gone.
Prosecutors say Kimani Carter pulled the trigger on his assault rifle. The 4 defendants belonged to a gang and fired on the innocent victims in the other car early that Saturday morning because they thought they were members of a rival gang. They were not.
My incident happened May 24th, and I got arrested May 27th, 1997. I was 18 years, 2 months old.
I came to prison. I was young, couldn't speak very well, wasn't really educated. Some people believe that in the gang lifestyle that they were somebody. You was important to a particular group of people. They would rather be an important tyrant than an average citizen. That's the struggle. Some people are afraid of being who they are. The road isn't easy. Growing and developing isn't easy. Prison isn't easy. My name's Kimani Carter, and I'm currently serving a life sentence for a gang-related drive-by that happened 9 years ago. My victim was innocent. He was also a student who was attending college. His name was Corey Pittman. At this time, I would like to apologize to the Pittman family, because only now have I begun to understand that the enjoyment of life once taken away can never be replaced. And I'm sorry. My history is the life of a lot of kids out there in our community. And my reality as a young man doing life in prison will be their future if we don't start creating better ways of dealing with our children.
All right, yeah, it's just the block. It's the block. 23rd, banging. There go the cameras filming. Yeah. Hey, we gonna do that though. Yep. What's up tonight though, Law? Yeah. Yeah. All right, Don. You going to that thing? Super Crip. I ain't fucking with it. He's a super motherfucking Crip.
Been a long time since I've been through here. Yeah. You're talking almost 30 years. Neighborhood looks a lot better than it did back in late 80s, early 90s, doesn't it? Yeah. A lot of homeowners. Yeah, it looks a lot different. It does. We spend most of our hours up here after dark too, and the streets would just be crawling.
We just started out like any other patrol partners where we were just handling regular police calls, and then we'd be on a burglary call or a vandalism call, and we'd say, what was that? And we'd hear shots being fired, a block away or a couple blocks away, and then it'd be return shots, somebody shooting out of a car.
How many times do we come across bodies in the street? People who've been shot laying there.
I moved here in August of 1980 from the Detroit area. The football coach that I had, he told me about it. I'd never heard of it before. He made it sound like heaven, coming to the great Northwest, the peaceful Northwest. I was a young lawyer starting a practice, so I was doing domestic, contract law, real estate law. By the end of the 80s, early 90s, it was almost solely felony defense. The News Tribune had a headline comparing Tacoma as being Little Detroit. Very young kids, it seems, were getting involved in horrendous violence 20 to 30 years ago. I think there's no question that the Kitchen Crips from LA came up here and seeded this area.
These niggas came and took over blocks, corners I lived on all my life. Blue ruled anywhere from Orchard all the way down to the Hilltop. And then you had these other guys who was kind of scary and they wore red. They had that on the east side. So red and blue didn't mix in California and didn't mix in Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma is about 30 miles from Seattle. Many of the African American and other folks that have come to this region after the 40s, after World War II, a large influx of people came. Many people came through Fort Lewis and settled in close proximity to Tacoma. Because of redlining, people were redlined into certain areas. The hilltop and those areas is where Black people were concentrated at that time after World War II. Tacoma is no different from any place else in this country in terms of how people are relegated to that bottom rung if they are poor or if they are of color.
There were so many of our children affected during the late 80s, early 90s. If you were around the age 11, 12, 13 during that time, you were affected by this. So many of the kids didn't survive. They were killed. If they didn't die, they're in prison for a long time. The Hilltop area was already a poverty-stricken neighborhood. And then when you throw prostitution on that, throw gangs on that, throw crack cocaine on top of all that, these kids, they are a product of the environment that they were pushed into.
And there was so much dope that was just saturated in Tacoma alone. It was just ridiculous. In 1988, it was flooded. We lived in a world that was unbelievable. We did things that I never knew that I would live to see this day. Oh man, the drugs, the guns, the few alleged killings. These kids grew up in something that a lot of people don't want to face reality about.
I've been doing this for about 20-something years, running the streets up here, trying to make a rep, make a name for myself and my friends. It's kind of really hard talking about this because there's a lot of emotions involved in this. I lost a lot of good friends and I met some really good friends in this, you know. But I am a blood. I'm a bounty hunter, Eastside Tacoma, Washington. That's my family. That's all I knew when I came up here. This is where I felt alive at. Wait to hear news about a rival gang at the mall or at the bowling alley, and we'll go up there just to, you know, get a gangbang. That's what we was doing. Out here, like, we had some freedom. Smoke weed, drink, talk to girls, drive cars up and down the street fast. The woods was away from the police. Kind of like slavery. When the slaves broke away, they ran to the woods. We seen the police, ran to the woods. Oh, come on. I just would have turned out different. I just, sometimes you can't turn back time, but I wish he just would have listened, man. He wouldn't even be in a situation. He's a good dude, just was lost. I guess we all were lost. It was a blind leading the fucking blind out here. We didn't know no better.
Kimani used to be out here with us. You know, baby Quickie, young gangster, young brother just eager to prove his worth. I was 18 when I met him, but he was doing the same things I was doing, you know, and he was only 11 to 12. He felt like we were his family.
Little baby gangster. We couldn't tell him what to do. They want to do it this way.
He looked at you straight in your eyes. Had this no fear attitude. He needed something. Like, I never seen his mom around. Like, you know, I knew she was there, but you know what I mean? He was just outside with us. So it was like, come on.
I didn't know too much about Kamani's dad. I never seen him. I seen his mom. I seen how he grew up into like a really bad situation. Apartments was run down, poor looking, really no food, really bad.
He was basically raising himself. That's where we came in.
Here we was, picking him up, keeping him out with us, showing him the ropes, showing him how to run the streets a little bit. Hold his pistol. Hold his pistol. All right, now here you go. Here's your pistol. Now you got your pistol. Keep it on you. I don't know. There's a saying, no love among thieves. Well, we had love among our thieves. We all loved each other. We looked out for each other. It wasn't all like a lot of people make it up to be.
It was just a group of older guys who let you hang around. And they almost kind of treated you like a peer of theirs. If they was smoking cigarettes, they would hand you a cigarette. If they was drinking alcohol, they would let you sip on some alcohol. They paid attention, right? They really kind of genuinely cared. And it may have been in subtle ways, right? Handing you a few dollars, giving you a nickname, so to speak. But, I think that for young kids, those are meaningful moments.
We wanted to be like the OGs who'd been to prison, came home. They got the respect because they went to prison. That's it. They went to prison and we wanted to be like them. All my friends is either in prison now, forever, or dead.
So I dug this old relic out. I wasn't certain I could find it. And it was actually down at the FBI office. I dug it out of there. This thing, it's got to date back to 88, 89.
Yeah.
We were educating ourselves. There were so many kids out here running as gang members that we started keeping a notebook on them, and we started getting pictures. And they found out we had it, and they all wanted to see it. Some of them come up and say, my face isn't in there. They'd pose for a photograph.
Those are all the original kids that were recruited and taught how to be gang members by the LA gangs. They were smart. They were natural leaders. The other kids looked up to them and listened to them. They could all do math in their head. They all thought they were stupid or whatever because they hadn't finished school, but they knew how many ounces were in a pound, how many 8 balls you could get out of an ounce, how much money they should get back, how much they were owed. They were sharp.
Little guys. They had to be 10 or 12 now.
The first time that I've ever encountered law enforcement, I was young. I was a kid. I ended up running away from home. I was basically living in this abandoned house with all of these other teenagers and kids. One morning I was riding my little bike because I was cutting through the house because the house was kind of like a shortcut, to the next block. I seen some police in the backyard. This woman police officer who then drew down on me, telling me don't move or she was gonna shoot me. That's the first time I've ever got arrested. Instead of taking me home, they took me to juvenile. I was 11. I guess they kind of charged us with burglary. Those kids that I hung with, I kind of claimed them as my family. When I didn't have no home, that's what was there for me. Every single time I went to juvenile, I always met somebody who did something different. I'm talking about I ain't never met none of you kids before in my life, but all of a sudden I meet with Sid, and Sid's talking about how he's in here for possession of crack cocaine. You know what I'm saying? And he was making $200 and $300. Paperboy is no longer in my mind. Jeff is selling guns. Now what you guys are doing is you just fueling my imagination because you guys are all my age.
Southside hilltop coming through.
I'm on the block, just trying to set my motherfucking stack of rocks. That's how I get paid. Niggas not trying to gang bang, not trying to dope slang, just trying to have the same thing as some motherfucking white folks in the motherfucking suburbs, man. Just trying to get my grip, nigga. They want
We were shut out economically. We're still shut out economically. The institutional racism that we have around economics still persists. The underlying issues haven't changed. Disparities with education, with employment, with healthcare, with transportation, with housing. Oh, let's look at drugs, and let's look at gangs, let's just look at violence. Those are outcomes. Those are not inputs. The inputs are the disparities that lead to that.
In America, money speaks. Money makes policy. Money decides who makes money off of drugs and whose communities are devastated. It is systemic.
Are we really saying to ourselves in this country that money is more important than any other thing on earth? And how to get it and who you get it from and injustice and all that other stuff is just, this system is a son of a bitch. It really is. If that's all you leave for me to have, I will make it work. When they was killing the hogs for white folks, you know, while I'm your slave, I ate what you had left. And you damn sure didn't leave no pork roast for me and no baby back ribs. You know, I got the snout, the feet, the ears, the tail, the guts, good chitlins. And Mama and them made it the best they could because that was what they had. If you leave them to drugs, alcohol, criminal activity to make a living, they're gonna make a living.
Take them to church. Take them to church.
Oh yeah.
I was a single mother raising 2 children on the hilltop, didn't have much money. The California gangs came up, made it so appealing to be a gang member. I could maybe put $10 in his pocket for allowance where they would give him $1,000 in his pocket. I always think that if Willie had been younger or older, he wouldn't have been swept into that lifestyle, but he was just a prime age for what they were looking for. He was 11, and they were already starting the recruiting process to get Willie and many other young ones to sell rock cocaine and powder cocaine. One time, he told me that he wasn't going to go to school, and I told him, "Oh, you're going to school today." And he made a phone call, and 10 minutes later, there was 3 cars in the alley, gang members sitting on the hood of their cars. They were brandishing guns, and they told me, "Your son's not going to school today because he's coming with us." They took him. I felt so helpless, like, how do I fight this? Calling the police? They didn't care. I said it was his choice.
That's when it took off, and that's when it got so violent. A lot of kids running around wild. I lost about like 30 friends at this time, but we really didn't end up knowing how many lives it affected and how bad it would end up being.
It just got worse. And then finally one day I was at work and my husband at the time told me, you need to get home because the police are going through your house for search warrants. And when I got home, they said, your son crossed the line this time, and we got him for murder. That's when Willie was 17. At 18, they sentenced him to 100 years in prison.
In elementary school, the teachers called me that problem kid. So I was labeled early. I ended up getting kicked out of school. I was, 16, 17, and 18. Those should have been my graduation high school years. But instead, I'm on the streets selling crack, gang banging, and thinking that I wasn't going to make the C-21. I would get dressed in all red and ride the bus to the hill just to walk around and wait for a group of blues to approach me. First, I would try to fight them, antagonize them. I'd walk in the middle of them, and then I'd pull out that thing and watch them scatter when I boom, boom, watch them run like roaches. Then I got addicted to being feared. My mom was here trying to be the disciplinarian and the breadwinner, but she didn't have no help. I rebelled against her, but it wasn't her fault. We were in this together, and that's what I should have known then.
My mom was my first love. Up until the mid-'80s, when crack became the reason to be for her, it was okay. But she had an addiction, and it grew monstrous. Her addiction to crack superseded everything. Her dignity, her ability to reason, her desire to be a mother. It was one of the things that broke me.
Tanya's mom was on drugs, doing her thing. My mom was in the streets on drugs, doing her thing. So we were at grandma's house where we were safe. Luckily, our parents had enough sense to put us somewhere where we would be cared for. We're young and we got older cousins in the streets. And like I said, we're at grandma's house. We seen the lifestyle. We wanted the money. And we seen the boys, and we were fascinated, and we were 11 and 12, and we were walking to the boys club, and all the gang members used to be on 15th. So sooner or later, they started calling us over. And from there, we was the homegirl.
I didn't like the life that I was living, but somehow I felt helpless to change it. I felt like I was just being carried on this wave of circumstance. Not being able to have a job, not being able to be the person that I thought that I could be. I just couldn't seem to get to her. I remember a few days before being incarcerated, crying out to God and knowing how trapped I felt, knowing how limited my options were. And I just wanted out of that life. I didn't stand on the corner, I didn't do drive-bys, but I had a boyfriend that did. And I had fooled myself into thinking that if I just stayed on the fringes of that lifestyle, that I couldn't get caught up. That wasn't true. When they started rounding up the usual suspects, and I was one, my boyfriend was one, all my protestations of innocence, they just fell on deaf ears.
For a lot of those kids who are 14, 15, 16 years old, they're able to think abstractly to a certain point. Being able to calculate the consequences for their actions, I don't think that they've matured enough to do that.
My homeboy fight, I fight. If he shoot, I shoot. What he do, I do. It's my brother. I don't leave him behind. You die, I guess we both die.
It's one thing to be able to study a subject, but it's another thing to be the subject. There's just some things in life that can't be taught. You know what I'm saying? They have to be lived to be understood. Being 14 and 15 years old, riding around with a gun, just hoping for that opportunity to really prove that I am somebody. It's not like you're out there trying to get a job, trying to stay truthful to yourself and that you're going to finish high school and all those different stuff. It didn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because the pressure that you was feeling in order to have to be able to take care of yourself as a young man, you know what I'm saying, was now to where the school and the future, we're not even thinking about those things no more, man. I'm 15 years old. I'm not in school no more. We hustling. That is it. You know what I'm saying? We're getting it by any means. You know what I'm saying? We got guns now. We're willing to take anything from anybody else because we wanted it.
It's just a vicious cycle that we all trapped in. The ghetto trap, what it's called, the ghetto trap. You know, they give us guns and drugs and then wonder why in the fuck we thugs. We socialized that way to believe that prison and death is a normality.
It was so much death. You just get to the point that it's just no more tears. You just become numb. These kids are numb.
It was normal for us to go to a funeral once a week, whether they was having a funeral on the hilltop or whether they was having a funeral for the east side. One of those two.
The carnage that was on the hilltop, and I'll say it reached its peak late 80s, early 90s, was unthinkable. At one point, I went to 10 funerals in 6 weeks. I'm one lawyer. In 1994, I had 8 murder cases. Things were spiraling wildly out of control in this town.
There must be no doubt about whose side we're on. People who commit crimes should be caught, convicted, and punished. The savings will be used to put 100,000 police officers on the street, a 20% increase. It will be used to build prisons to keep 100,000 violent criminals off the street.
You will be put away and put away for good. 3 strikes and you are out.
In 1993, Washington State was the first state in the nation to implement the 3 strikes policy and make it okay to put people in prison and throw away the key. There are many people who have rehabilitated their lives who could be contributing to our young people, to our families, and that door has been slammed shut in Washington State. We are still one of only 16 states that does not have the parole system. What's interesting about Washington State is really reflective of what's interesting about the whole country. This country is based on fear. When you have a country that is based on or that has grown out of colonization and slavery, people don't rest easy. That's why everyone needs to be armed in this country to protect what they have, because what they have was stolen. May not talk about it, may not admit it, but it's there, whether you are on the red or on the blue, whatever side it is, no one sleeps easy in this country.
Mr. Speaker, I simply want to say
Legislators have an inherent conflict of interest. The number one objective of any legislature is to get reelected. How do you get reelected? It's really easy. Pound your podium and say, I'm tough on crime.
of the children who have been killed, the victims of violence.
The public is fed up.
And that means more prison time.
We have a greater percentage of our population in prison right now than any society in the history of Western civilization. And we have this high and mighty attitude about ourselves. I want you to imagine that as much as 60 to 70 cents out of every tax dollar in my county goes toward criminal justice. It is a horrendous waste of resources. If you don't care about people, it's a horrendous waste of resources on the profit and loss sheet.
It's very, very easy to instigate fear. That's what happened with 3 strikes, because the face of the threat then became young Black and brown men.
We need to take these people on. They are often connected to big drug cartels. They are not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel. And the president has asked the FBI to launch a very concerted effort against gangs everywhere.
John and I were picked to go to the FBI task force. They were forming a task force to work gangs. We met with the drug czar privately.
As you go around the country, you see communities everywhere, people who are no longer willing to hide in their houses.
This is our hill. All we want them to know is go buy your drugs in Puyallup or Lakewood. Don't come here.
You've got to take a stand.
But are willing, with leadership and with involvement from the police and direction from the police, willing to take to the streets.
He wanted to know why we were having success with our federal task force, because they'd set them up all over the country and not all of them were kicking ass like we were, and he wanted to know why. John and I knew the gang members from working the streets, and so we kind of knew who they should be targeting.
The police started doing more sweeps. They would just get the kids and round them up for whatever little reason they could. If they could get them on a sentence, they'd give them a long sentence, keep them from ever coming back.
They used to plant dope on these kids, plant guns on these kids, kick in doors and then get the search warrant later. I got you. They got you down in that damn bay in the tank. They got you one of them rooms all by yourself. And if they caught you by yourself, your ass is going to jail.
It may not have even been a criminal activity. They just, because they were out there, they'd get them just on loitering.
If I was walking to the corner store and I saw a house a little further up that I thought
I need to save it when I go up to introduce you guys, or can I get a list of the people?
Yeah, let's.
It's you.
Well, no, you're going to introduce Rachel.
Rachel, and then Rachel's going to introduce you.
There we go.
I'm going to introduce myself too.
Okay. So right now, all I'm doing is introducing Rachel.
That works.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all good.
Anything that in particular you want me to say?
No, I think
Okay.
I'll say what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, how you guys doing? I totally was not just sitting there eating pizza, not knowing what was going on. Thank you guys for being here for the food sovereignty panel. Thank you guys for being here for the food sovereignty panel. Really like both of these glasses. Good glasses day today. Can you make some noise for us, please? She came up earlier, but I want to reintroduce Rachel, who helped us do our land acknowledgement, and have them come up here and speak. A couple of things I want to say about Rachel that people don't know. First woman in space, invented the Nike swoosh, and is one of the most important people we ever met. So please put your hands together and then welcome up to the stage. Let's go.
That was awesome. Can you guys hear me? Okay, we're going to move that one out of the way. So as earlier, the doctor, I was saying how amazing Dr. Ben was. He could just speak and flow and just say things so eloquently. And I thought it was so amazing because I don't have that skill. So I have to write things down in order to convey exactly what I want to share. But I just want to say, first of all, what an honor it is to share space with you folks. And, you know, with all the amazing speakers that came before me, it's been a great morning and afternoon. So thank you. So just to start off with, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Heaton. I am a Muckleshoot tribal member, and I am a descendant of the Duwamish people. I also share some ancestry with some European folks. My parents are Catherine Arquette and Raleigh Heaton. My maternal grandparents are Laura Lee Siddle and Dan Joseph Jackson. My paternal grandparents are Dorothy and Bill Heaton. It's crazy that I do not know my grandmother's maiden last name. My grandparents were together for 80-something years, and you just never know them separately. So I share this information with you guys because this is traditionally how my people would introduce ourselves. We would tell you who our parents are. We would tell you who our grandparents are. And it was the way that we were able to identify what communities we came from and how we introduced each other. And it was really important because it also made sure that we weren't making families with our relatives. So it was important that we introduced ourselves and our lineage. And if you go to events, tribal events, you will most of the time hear most of our people introducing themselves and also telling you their family lineage. So again, thank you all for being here today. First, I would like to pose a question. What is food sovereignty? Well, according to T.O. Google, as my boyfriend calls it, now that we rely on Google so much for things, food sovereignty is a food system in which the people who produce, distribute, and consume food also control the mechanisms and policies of food production and distribution. This is also a system that goes against the current world that we live in. Corporations and other market institutions can control the global food system. But it is through these systems that we have seen the most food insecurity, starvation, and contamination of our foods. For my people, it is our first foods. And speaking of my earrings, they're actually salmon. They're called the ghost salmon. And that being one of the most important first foods for my people here, as you know, the coastal Salish people are referred to as the salmon people. But beyond that, the salmon not being healthy affects every single one of you. We've been told that if the salmon die, we die. That meaning every human being. Through the pandemic, we saw that these systems meaning the market global systems could not and continue to not meet the needs of people. We saw sicknesses beyond COVID but sickness related to foods. Folks are starting to pay more attention than ever to the poisoning, the modification of our foods, the added unnecessary ingredients in foods, the markup of foods, and the added insecurity that this has caused for so many. For many years and decades, and more than ever, food security has met so many of us at our doorsteps. It is not just a story of countries and communities that we're not in. It has actually happened to many of us and folks that we know. We started seeing the nutrition deficit in children, the effect that foods had, and the foods that we had access to and were being fed were actually aggravating mental illness issues and hormone issues and behavioral issues, and the list goes on. But through this witness pain, through these food insecurities, came ideas of hope, programs of hope, and possibilities of hope through foods. Today, you will hear from individuals that are pushing that hope envelope. And as we listen to today's panel, we must ask ourselves, why is food sovereignty important to me? How can I support food sovereignty in my town, in my community, in my neighborhood, or in my home? Are there food sovereignty practices going on around me? And where can I identify food insecurities around me and potentially help? The impact of food insecurity runs deep. The Move for Hunger blog states 13.1 million children in the United States are food insecure, and additionally, 14.5 million children live in poverty. This is an alarming statistic when we start to realize how much food is related to the developmental, behavioral, and psychological state and health of all human beings. But most importantly, our children and our future generations. And when we take these statistics and we break them down even further, we will see the many injustices that also lie within these systems. Today, you will hear from those addressing food insecurity, from those creating food sovereignty for others. Listen to them, hear their ideas, and maybe spark your minds or create or address and talk about what you can do to address these issues. I am lucky to live in my tribal community where I actually get to practice tribal food sovereignty, which means I get to introduce my community to the first foods of my community. So going out and identifying our plants and being able to take those plants and bring them into our classrooms and to talk about how they were related to our ancestors. And beyond that, to educate our youth so that they can continue these practices. You know, when we realize the trauma and the impact that generational trauma has played on our communities, we have the highest rate of heart disease, diabetes. And so with food security, we can start to address these other intersectional issues. And so another project that that's really near and dear to my heart is I'm currently putting together the first group of Native Americans to ever in recorded history summit Mount Rainier, but is known as Mount Taquotma to my people. And the reason I share this with you is because one of the goals of this climb is to take my people's foods back to a place that we were forced to be removed from. And so that is how we start addressing food insecurities throughout many of our communities, is creating platforms and being visible in spaces that we typically are not in. And so I'm thankful to be here in front of all of you and to share, you know, the knowledge that I carry, but more than that, to share the knowledge that these youth and young adults carry. I'm thankful to be here today, and thank you to all of you that are here to learn and to be educated today in so many beautiful ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. My name is Nate Moxley. I'll be your moderator today. I work for the Department of Neighborhoods P-Patch program. Shout out to everybody that's within the P-Patch community. It's 50 years strong of the P-Patch community program. So I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our panelists today. I'm going to quickly read their bios, have them introduce a bit about their work, and then we'll jump into the questions. We will have an opportunity for folks to ask questions as well at the end. Is that a hot mic? Okay. All right. Is this one on? Testing. Okay. All right. So we're going to jump into this. So starting with Damaris Tevuk. She is an environmental educator focusing on traditional ecological knowledge, native plants, and native pollinators. She's an Inupiaq woman from Nome, Alaska, and she enjoys sharing her research on the definition of sustainability from an indigenous perspective. Damaris is a program manager for the Seattle Indian Services Commission, a member of the Rising Tides Indigenous Planning Group, and a board member of Common Acre. Anthony Johnson is an Anishinaabe and citizen of the Red Lake Nation in northern Minnesota. Anthony was born and raised in South Minneapolis. He studied at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, where he graduated with a degree in finance. He moved to Seattle in May of 2021. Shortly thereafter, he started at the Al Cafe as a manager at the Chief Seattle Club. He cares deeply about hunting, fishing, and foraging for traditional foods and decolonizing his diet. Nellie Jasuja, she/they, is the Environmental Justice Programs Manager at Young Women Empowered, YWE, particularly focused on youth farming and food justice programming at Mara Farm in South Park. They first connected with YWE as a mentor with the Nature Connections program and fell in love with the powerful intergenerational community of diverse women and gender-expansive folks supporting each other in the outdoors. During this time, she served in an AmeriCorps term with Solid Ground, teaching nutrition, cooking, and gardening with elementary school students experiencing food insecurity. Nellie also organizes with Got Green, Climate Justice for Black Lives, and with fellow South Asian community around BIPOC solidarity. She is passionate about working at the intersections of environmental, racial, and social justice within community, healing with the land, and growing food with young people while disrupting racism and injustice within the food system. And lastly, we have Jadalyn Blossom, she/her. Jadalyn began her journey in YWE as a youth participant in 2018 with the Nature Connections program. Since then, she's been involved in YWE, Create and Write, Lead Youth Leadership Council, and in recent times, she has been involved in YWE Grow. While participating in Grow, Jadalyn found her calling, and now she wants to help others find a sense of deep connection with themselves and with community by connecting with nature. She recently joined the YWE team this year as the program assistant for the Grow Spring program. Besides her immense love and gratitude for the YWE community, Jadalyn loves spending quality time with her loved ones, being in nature, facilitating yoga. She recently graduated from the Heart Center, and connecting with people from all walks of life. Join me in welcoming today's panelists. All right, so we're going to jump into this by having folks just kind of introduce their work, tell you a little bit about their work and how it connects with today's topic. So we're going to start with Damaris.
Hi, can you hear me? All right. I brought a presentation, but I don't know if we're able to bring it up. For my work with the Rising Tides group, from December of 2021 through July of last year, we had a Native neighborhood survey that we were looking for at least 400 responses from people who are Native and Indigenous who have a relationship with Seattle. We got an amazing 768 responses. And what I wanted to share today was a map that shows the diversity of our urban Native community, that we are from all over North America. The The other thing I wanted to share with the presentation was a map of where people live in Seattle. And so for this study, we also did a food talking circle, and we had support from Office of Sustainability and Environment for the update to the food action plan. So we had a talking circle that was co-sponsored by OSE. And we actually had the meeting at Mara Farms outdoors. That was, we didn't mean to do it this way, but we actually accidentally had it at the same time as the Seafair Indian Days powwow. But even though we had it during the powwow, we still had a really great group of people come out and share their thoughts about food security, food access, and building a neighborhood for the urban Native community. And then as a board member with the Common Acre, we are planting camas at a site in South Seattle. It's called the Green Line. We planted the camas. We planted the camas last October, and the place that we harvested it from is in Oregon. I'm pretty sure that it is an intact pre-contact camas site, which is really, really special because camas prairies were lost during colonization. The reason why they were lost is two reasons. First, access to the prairies was denied. Settlers would put up fences, but settlers would also let their cows and their pigs go through, and they destroyed the camas prairies. So just last weekend, we checked on the camas, and they're doing really well. They're sprouting, and so happy that they made it. We weren't sure if the bulbs were going to do okay. I guess the other thing about myself I wanted to share is, like, I'm Native Alaskan, and I'm really privileged to know my traditional food really well. I grew up eating whale, seal, caribou. My older brother is a hunter and a whaling captain. And I went to high school in Nia Bay on the Makah Reservation. During the time when they were seeking to, sorry if I'm speaking too long, but to get their treaty rights to be able to whale again. And they came up against a huge force of public opinion opposition to their right to whale. And food is so central to culture. And all of the work that I do, I lean heavily on a group of values that I identified in some research while I was getting my degree in environmental studies at UW. I have a set of values that are related to sustainability, and I was just thinking today, they're all related to food. It's all about how you gather food and then share it with people, how you take care of the land so that you can have the food that you need to share with each other and take care of each other. Like every value has some connection to food, and yeah, and that's about how to live. So yeah, I don't know. I was hoping that I could share my presentation, a couple of slides today. The report will hopefully be shared soon through the Naha Elihi Fund website. That's the nonprofit that fiscally sponsored our work. Rising Tides has, we have the goal of building community spaces that are missing in Seattle. And one of the other big themes from our survey response is that people want access to the land. And they want access to the land and to grow food as part of cultural revitalization programs. So being able to have gardens in any way, rooftops, balconies, and then open space, it's all really important to our community. So I think that's it.
Anin Buju Ginoa, Jawana Benes Indigo Anishinaabe Mong. Hey everyone, greetings. My name's Anthony. As Nate said, I'm a Anishinaabe, citizen of Red Lake, up in northern Minnesota, and I am the cafe manager at Chief Seattle Club, the All Cafe manager. All Cafe opened on Giving Tuesday, November 29th of Native American Heritage Month last year, and the cafe is on the ground floor of the All Housing Building, which is Chief Seattle Club's first permanent housing complex, built from the ground up by Chief Seattle Club, right down in Pioneer Square. So the club has been around for 50 some odd years in Seattle, but has been really exponentially growing over the past couple of years, to the point where we were able to really build this massive capital campaign to be able to provide permanent supportive housing for our homeless Native relatives out there on the streets. There's a pretty big disparity in the homeless population within Seattle. Native people make up around 1% of the overall population of Seattle, but I've seen figures anywhere from 10 to 15% of the homeless population. So there's clearly a disparity there, and there's a multitude of reasons for why that disparity exists that could take possibly the entire time to go into each one of those facets. But suffice to say that there is a disparity there that Chief Seattle Club wants to step in and to resolve. So the cafe is. The cafe is, like I said, been open for the past 4 months, and my mission and the mission of the cafe, might seem a little bit distant between a nonprofit providing permanent supportive housing and, a business that's open to the public. But I see like a pretty clear connection between the cafe and the broader mission of the club. And what that is, I believe that reclaiming our traditional food pathways and our connection to our traditional foods is an important way to heal in the wounds of colonization that Native people have faced. And so through that mission of, serving traditional foods at the cafe, we're able to offer a space for, Native people to come in and to see some traditional foods that perhaps they haven't seen in a long time, since maybe their family was removed from the reservation and brought out here to Seattle. And so, I want to serve as that space for folks to come in and to learn and relearn their connections to their traditional foods. And I believe that's one of the ways that we could, really start to regain our sense of self and who we are and our connection to food. Because connection to food, it is so important to our culture. I know as Anishinaabe people, like we really are, we're really nothing without wild rice, without Monoman. That food is directly tied into our origin story and who we are as people. And so there's really a direct link between us and that food. And without that, it's tough to imagine what our culture would be and who our people would be. So with that being said, I think that the cafe serves as a place to be able to spark that conversation with people and gain awareness of the fight that, a lot of Native folks are having for reclaiming their traditional foods and protecting their traditional foods. We have a lot of issues with pipelines going through our wild rice beds back home, oil pipelines. So gaining awareness of that, as well as raising awareness and the broader support of the average Seattleite and understanding the mission of Chief Seattle Club, so that the cafe, kind of serves as a space for people to come in and obviously, hopefully get some really good food. I oversee the kitchen, so I hope, if everyone's been there, I hope you like the food. It won't hurt my feelings if you don't, But I think so. It's it's an entry point into learning about traditional foods and learning about the work of the club. So really honored to be doing this work and to be here with all of you today, and excited to kind of share more about some of the work that we're doing. So, be good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nellie. I am the Environmental Justice Programs Manager at Young Women Empowered, Why We. I feel very honored to be here with y'all on this panel and everyone here. So Why We, Young Women Empowered, our mission is to cultivate the power of diverse young women and gender-expansive youth to be creative change makers within their communities. We do that through a lot of different types of youth programming, ranging from creative expression to social justice issues, and Jadalyn and I get to be on the environmental justice and food sovereignty side of things. We primarily work with BIPOC youth, queer and trans youth, folks who are often pushed to the margins. And yeah. So some of our goals at Mara Farm in South Park, where we get to do our Why We Grow program, which is focused on farming and food justice. Our primary goal, and maybe I'll say our foundational goal, is to create a space where our young people can feel a sense of joy, healing, connection with each other, and also in relationship with their environment and the land. We know that essentially all the youth that we work with, whether they're indigenous to this land or part of diaspora, have experienced trauma at the side of the land, whether that's personally or ancestrally. And so we recognize a lot of young people coming into the space at Mara Farm in South Park. Many of them don't see themselves there or many of them feel unsafe in these spaces. So it's kind of foundational for us to create a place where they can kind of regulate their nervous systems and, you know, lean on each other, but also their environment, plant allies, the creek, the soil, to start to kind of embody into the space and into the land. So that's the first thing we do. From there, we also like to develop skills. We call them skills for interdependence. So we recognize that a lot of these systems, food systems included, were not built for us in our communities. They are steeped in racism and injustice. So we like to think about how can we develop skills where we can take care of each other. So that includes gardening and growing our own food, our cultural foods. But it also means food preservation, woodworking, ecosystem restoration, chicken care, fruit tree care, mushroom cultivation. And the idea is that, yeah, even through these brief workshops, we can start building those skills, building that interest. But the idea too is that, you know, we can take care of each other for now and in the future. And they can also go on to share those skills with their communities, families, and be leaders in these spaces as well. Next, we really focus on kind of learning about environmental justice and food justice. There's often a narrative that this is new for BIPOC community to be connecting with the outdoors and growing food. And we recognize that this is like the opposite, like this is core to who we are. And so it's about remembering those connections and those lessons, and getting to really highlight the people whose shoulders we stand on, and also recognizing the original stewards of the land that we are so, so lucky to get to steward at Mara Farm. And then, yeah, our last goal is to, we say, love on community. So we have cohorts of about 20 young people and about 4 adult mentors that spend time with us at the farm. We have a spring cohort, fall cohort, and then we do paid internship in the summer. And so throughout all of these cohorts, the young people get to get creative and plan offerings that they want to share with the larger community. And that can look like community events. We've made a zine, sharing food, sharing gardening resources. So kind of sharing that abundance outwards. Yeah, so I'll pause there.
I guess there isn't too much to add from me to share about Wiley, but
I guess being here, I can be that representative of just the joy and love and healing that I receive from being a part of YWE. And yeah, I'm also just here to learn and yeah, listen in to also do better. Yeah.
Maybe I'll add one thing, Jadalyn. You were in the first group of young people to ever visit the farm. Do you want to share a little bit about your story?
Yeah. I started in 2019, and that's like the height of the pandemic, and everything was kind of just like unsure things. People were going through their journeys with dealing with how they are showing up in spaces, and why we grow was my safe space, like where I can actually connect with other people, connect with myself most importantly, and build my relationship with the land. That's where I received a lot of healing. I remember many times where I would show up with whatever I was holding in the land, just being in that space to really be who I am, and learning all the ways to show up in community was very healing for me, still is very healing. And now I get to have the opportunity to work alongside with Nelly and Taya, who are holding down the grow. Yeah, I'm very grateful.
All right, thank you all for intros. We're going to jump into this, and I think this is a good segue. What you just said, Jadalyn, is a good segue for this next question. And I think we're going to start. We'll start with you, Jadalyn, because it actually kind of just perfect segue. So, can you tell us a little bit about your pandemic experience around food access and justice, and how you see this as an area, as an avenue for healing and connection?
Well, the program that you hear Nelly and I talk about, Grow, I think it's a great outlet for especially youth who, from my experience, I've felt a sense of I didn't feel like a sense of belonging or a sense of self, or I felt very powerless. So being in that space, a container to really grow and heal and just learn ways that I can show up. It's like healing and also putting into action. It's like having those three things, like releasing through the trauma, like talking about things that have hurt us, and then going through ways how we can heal by like taking care of the land and supporting each other, and then putting it into action by having meetings where we plan events that we want to do. I think those three things have been very important in terms of healing and food justice. Yeah.
Nelly, do you want to tackle that question?
Sure. Yeah, I think the pandemic, so we were about to start heading into Mara Farm, like waking up the garden right when, lockdown happened. And yeah, there was just so much going on. I was really grateful in the pandemic so we had like young people and then also their parents and caregivers. They were like, I can't be inside anymore. I feel really isolated. How would you feel if we came out there to kind of help y'all at the garden? Like, we feel okay with it, because we at that point had shut down all of our programming in person. So one of the parents was a physician. So I was like, okay, if you say you can come out here, sure. And then we started doing it and we were like, oh, this feels okay. So we started our Why We Grow programming at the farm June 2020, and we've had young people out there since then. And the rest of our Why We programming was online basically through 2021. So like the fact that we could be a space where young people could come together in person, they were telling us this was the only time they were interacting with other people their age in person. So I think that sense of like isolation, panic, fear, rage, with social justice, racial justice uprisings, I think there was a huge need, in addition to what folks were getting at home, online, in social media, through the news of like what's going on and how to plug in. I think they also needed that mirror space where they can be in person, tap into like their physical, embodied, present space rather than like the mediated experience of just being bombarded with the news and the panic. So I feel extremely grateful the timing, because we started at Mara Farm in 2019. The fact that we had that space to be able to invite folks into was really huge. And then with that, like Jadalyn said, young people were coming kind of fried, like feeling a lot. So the fact that they could come in and feel, yes, their joy of being able to connect with each other, but also the deep sadness, the rage, like I mentioned, and have somewhere to kind of channel it, like with their hands in the land, like, you know, in the dirt, in, you know, by the creek, like it kind of created that outlet for them to release the stress that was building. So I feel really grateful for that. And also, like Jadalyn said, that purpose piece, like we were feeling a complete lack of agency at that time. So the fact that young people could plug into immediate, like food sovereignty actions that we were taking. South Park is an amazing community, the way that they showed up during the pandemic. South Park experiences food apartheid, which is a lack of fresh local produce, organic produce, disproportionately impacting communities of color, many immigrant communities in the area. So neighbors just like came out in full force, started the food pantry system. We helped support meal distribution, and then all the food that we were growing at Mara Farm went into the food pantries, went to the local food bank. Neighbors also organized El Mercadito, the first neighbor organized farmers market in South Park. So we got to plug into these efforts and like feel that sense of purpose and agency that was so lacking at the time. And just want to give a shout out to Monica Perez and LaShawna Williams, Cultivate South Park, Urban Fresh Food Collective, doing that work there. Yeah. And I also want to shout out Taya Carlisle. I meant to mention her name earlier. She does this work with us. And if you don't know her, there's a beautiful article in the Department of Neighborhood's blog about Taya. Yeah.
Anthony, I'll reiterate the question just to have it
helpful,
fresh.
yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit about your pandemic experience around food access, food justice, and how you see this area as an avenue for healing and connection?
Yeah. Well, in fall of 2019, I went. I grew up in the city. Always been like an urban Indian, urban native, and never really had a connection to culture. Like you know, a lot of folks that grow up on the reservation do. So I didn't have that as a child and as like, you know, teenager. And it really took my sister, who's, you know, probably, you know, one of the most important people in my lives, who is an Ojibwe language teacher. She's an immersion teacher at on our tribe. They just opened an Ojibwe immersion school, and she's the kindergarten teacher. And she really took it upon herself to reclaim the language and learn the language. And you know, is now able to teach that to, you know, the little ones. So that's their first language growing up. And so she was instrumental in, you know, being able for me to reclaim my indigeneity, you know, being separated from the community like that. So, you know, that being said, you know, I in fall of 2019 went on my first deer hunting trip in kind of near Red Lake, but it unsuccessful. But it really changed the way that I look about food, the way that I look at food, and the way that I looked at meat, and it really flipped a switch where I wanted to. Now it's, you know, pretty much hunting is pretty much one of the only things I think about to my partner's demise, I guess. But like it planted that seed, and then with the pandemic, you know, happening 6 or so odd months after that hunting trip, I really started to question, question everything in my life. I had studied business and studied finance and was working for a corporation who shall remain nameless, and didn't feel like I fit in, didn't feel like I had a purpose in life. And so I went to the drawing board and I just started to think about how I could give back to the community, how I could get involved in the indigenous world, in the native world. There's a lot of folks that go into medicine, there's a lot of folks that go into planning, government, and I thought about food, that's what I wanted to do. So while I was lucky enough to be in that corporate position working from home, pretty much had all my meetings camera off, mute, and was just cooking just as much as I possibly could, just learning everything that I could about indigenous foods, reading books, reading blog posts, going to the other native restaurants in Minneapolis to learn about what those pioneers in indigenous foods were doing, what they were cooking, what they were making, and knew that that's where I wanted to pivot my career, and what I wanted to do with my life was to just get into indigenous foods by any means possible, really, by any means necessary. So through that process, then I threw together a little PowerPoint, a little portfolio of some food that I had made, and sent it over to Chief Seattle Club and said, hey, this is what I want to do. Doesn't really fit with the cafe, but this is, this is where I want to go with my life. And they took a gamble on that, which was pretty cool. I'd never worked in food service or anything, I was coming out of the corporate world. So for me personally, there has been a lot of healing and reclaiming, I guess, my sense of self and my self-worth too. I always felt it felt selfish to be, I guess, working for a company that wasn't, directly benefiting the lives of Native people. And so I was able to hopefully, take a step in the right direction where I'm able to give back to the community. And then I guess as we talk about just what happens what happened in the pandemic was all the traditional protocols and all the ways of harvesting traditional food were shut down. So in March, it's the Anishinaabe New Year, it's the Ojibwe New Year. We're tapping maple trees and we're turning that sap into maple sugar and then maple syrup. And obviously, it's around three years ago where we weren't able to go out, but it's pretty amazing to kind of see the way that we're able to get creative and find safe ways to go out and collect sap and go berry picking and go hunting and everything like that. And so I was able to get back into it, after kind of flipping that switch in 2019 and pausing throughout 2020, and I know everyone's life was on hold, but then 2021 it's been full steam ahead of Nate said it in the bio, just trying to decolonize the diet, only eat foods that were here before contact, and it's hard to do, but I think having that as the lens and how I try to make meals and feed myself, and I guess in the work that I do at the cafe, that's always going to be try to be the mission of both of those aspects of life.
The pandemic was a big disruption for me. I usually bring my kids up in the summer to Nome to visit my mom and my aunts and cousins, and we go berry picking and fishing and we pick greens, but I wasn't able to go in 2019 because of moving to a new house, and then during the pandemic we didn't get to go home either, and it was kind of depressing because I have a lot of native food in my freezer and in my pantry, but I really don't like eating it by myself because it's a family thing that I do with my mom and my kids. So it was hard to not be able to go home and reinforce those traditions with my children. But instead, it really forced me to get to know my new neighborhood and I've always known, well, not always. I mean, I've always had an interest in plants because I grew up outside all day long in the summer in Nome, and my mom would send me under the bushes to go pick her favorite, like, because I was small enough, go find her favorite herbs in Alaska. So I have, what is it called? Plant literacy, I think. Like, I can tell the difference between plants. So like learning about native plants in Washington State was pretty easy for me. And I was always interested in it. I really enjoy doing it. So during the summer of 2020, I took a lot of walks and got to know, like, just kind of paid attention to what's in the forest by my house. I found a patch of trailing blackberries. It's still kind of secret. Like, I'm not going to tell you where it is. But I invited my brother, he lives in Kirkland, to come, and he came and wore his mask, and we went outside and picked berries. I think I still have a bag in my freezer. But that felt like a really beautiful gift from the world, to be able to find trailing blackberries. If you get a chance to eat them, they are super tasty. I think loganberries or marionberries, they're one of the plants that were used to because the flavor is so good, that they're one of the, like, grandparents of that breed of berry. And there were other plants that I tried. I got a little sick because I don't know what I'm doing, but it was just a nice way to, like, kind of force me to get to know the local native plants and kind of build a relationship with the land in a little different way. And then I think a lot of issues that came out of the pandemic, just like, our communities have been saying that things are unfair and that there's so much, like, systemic racism that hasn't been addressed for the Native community. And the pandemic really made it out in the open more, like, we couldn't ignore it anymore. And I'm grateful for that, like, shift in, like, the mainstream culture, like the mainstream, I guess, conversation about the issues. I still think there's a lot of work to do. Let's see, I don't know. Last summer was the first time that we were able to go back to Alaska, and I really appreciated. I try to go up for like 3 weeks because it's so expensive to fly back home. And we were there for like 8 days, and it was a whirlwind. And of course, the weather was bad while we were there. But yeah, I always appreciate what we're able to gather, because appreciation is one of the sustainable values. Like, you have to be thankful while you're gathering, and that's a way that you give back to the world, is by expressing thankfulness to the plants and animals. But I think the pandemic made it a little more meaningful, where I was really, really grateful to be able to go back home, go back to the tundra, and be with the land again. So yeah, I don't know.
Actually, the next question, what you're saying really, again, works well with our next question. So I'm going to start with you, Tamaris, and ask, how do we as a community intentionally make space to think about Indigenous sovereignty, food sovereignty, and racial justice together? One
of the things from our food equity talking circle that we did last year, one of the big things that I brought up for the food action plan update is to just even point out that traditional first food is not even viewed as a food. There's a lot of native plants that are edible, and they're just not viewed as something to eat. For the Common Acre work, the Green Line site, I also want to just invite everybody to go check it out. That is a native plant restoration site. That program was set up before me and everyone on our, like, we flipped our board. We used to be white led. Now it's a BIPOC organization, BIPOC led. And the program structure for the Green Line, their goal was to plant native plants for bees and birds, but they don't view the native plants as serving a purpose for people. And I view all of the plants that are there as medicine and food, and as a way for us to help Coast Salish tribes build a relationship with the plants that are there. And trying to work from the bottom up to change that view of what the purpose of land is. It's really hard. A lot of these ideas about what conservation is, what land management is, like what's the role of humanity in nature, a lot of that is really hard, and to change the view of what is our purpose and what do we do. I still try to change people's viewpoint all the time about conservation can and should include people. That when there's a lot of evidence that shows, like, when people are interacting with the land, the nature does better, like it grows better, it's healthier. And to remove people from the land is harmful to the plants and animals. So we need a shift in mindset about what it means to be human and how to interact with plants. I forget, what was the other?
Really around finding ways, I mean, acknowledging these are intersectional issues, right?
Yeah. How to support
food sovereignty, racial justice,
Yeah.
and really this idea of making space. I mean, obviously today we're making space to think about these issues. How do you see, in some of your work aligning with those intersectional issues, and again, continually to make space to talk about, to deal with, to work on?
I think also one of the biggest things that the groups that I've been working with keep struggling is just having lands that we can manage it on our own, on our terms, and how we want to manage it, and to not have like a top-down definition of what you can do with the space, like being able to have the freedom to grow what we want and manage the land in the way that we decide is good. That's something that keeps coming up. And there's also a theme of wanting to be able to co-create funding opportunities. Like, don't have the top-down that they're telling us what we should do. Like, our community, a lot of our work is grassroots. Being able to have the power at the same level, like, so that we have equal, or maybe even a little stronger voice in what we would like to do, and co-creating the opportunities for that to actually happen.
Excellent.
So I guess the way that I'm thinking about this is, through the direct work at the cafe. So I was telling Damaris, I built the staffing model of the cafe, and in my infinite wisdom, I thought that I would have the capacity to be both the lead cook, run the kitchen, as well as do all the admin stuff related to the cafe, which it turns out that I can't. So I've been probably like a 95-5 split between 95% in the kitchen, doing the day-to-day operations of running that, and then probably 5% on the kind of bigger picture admin work. So 4 months under our belts and starting to rethink how the staffing model is set up, I'm definitely going to try to have a more healthy balance and a better split between those two. And the reason that, kind of give a little inside baseball there is because the cafe is a place that I want to be a space to have these conversations, to have to be a place for Native folks, non-Native folks to come in and learn about food sovereignty and learn about traditional foods, and beyond just simply eating the foods, but in presentations, Native markets, makers markets, and really be a gathering space for the community. So that is, I guess, something to look forward to, that, got a bit of a better grasp on how to run the shop and, kind of reconfigure my time. I think I'm, going to be able to spend more time on planning those events, advertising those events, and gathering other voices in the Indigenous food space and letting those folks share about the work that they're doing, so that, people can learn about all the different avenues of the Indigenous foods and the food sovereignty movement. But I think it's also important to maybe mention that a lot of these topics are very high up on like the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Like these topics are not something that a day-to-day member of Chief Seattle Club who's riding the buses all night to stay safe and to stay dry. It's a very difficult conversation and a topic for us to talk about with them, simply because they're trying to make it to the next day. So that's, I guess, like a duality that I always try to think about, or just to keep in mind that a lot of the folks that we serve and our core focus of the club and the focus of the work that we're doing is, providing meals every day, providing hygiene services, showers, those day-to-day supplies that folks need. And then on top of that, I guess, looking at the bigger picture and trying to dance between those two kind of tensions that I see. So,
Thank you, Anthony. I want to jump to our last question. I'm going to start with Nellie and Jadalyn. So I feel like this is a really important question, and thank you to everybody that's here, everybody that's tuning in online. But the question is, again, for Nellie and Jadalyn, how would you like to see city staff and community leaders supporting your work?
All right. Hello. Let's see. I have a few thoughts. I think echoing what Damaris had shared around access to land. So the way that we access our plot at Mara Farm is through the city, through the Department of Neighborhoods. Thank you. And we're really grateful. And we also are in good relationship with y'all. Nate's the person I talk to, actually. And just recognizing, like, wanting to honor, what's happening with Nurturing Roots right now, of, that they have been investing their time and love into the land and community for 8 years, and then that can be taken away from them. So I think, that's one piece, is like access to land, that where people can actually grow roots and not feel like they can be displaced at any moment, and not actually be displaced at any moment. I think that's really important, and maybe they can share a little bit more about that too. I think the other piece is, we are really also grateful to be funded through city grant programs. That is an incredible, the Environmental Justice Fund. Like, these are incredible opportunities for us to access needed resources. So keep up with that. And I think there can be challenges with funding models, asking, communities to compete for resources. That is, for a finite set of resources, that is really challenging. And the other piece too, of like always wanting community to be doing something new or different, like the act of actually sustaining and allowing programming or whatever we're working on to naturally evolve. It might not look like a big shiny new program, but valuing like a natural organic evolution in the way that plants do and our earth does, I think that's really important. And I think another piece would be, I think sometimes interacting with city folks, again, really grateful to have strong relationship, but sometimes it can seem disjointed as someone coming in from a community-based organization realm. I can talk to a lot of folks from many, parts of the city that might not know each other or know that I'm talking. So I sometimes have to play that middle person. But with that, sometimes we fall through the cracks as well. So encouraging I don't know what y'all call it, interdepartmental relationship, I think would be really, really great. And then
And as for how I guess we'd like the city to help support is to care to listen, especially with the youth, us young people. I think we all have been young people. So I think it's very important that to create that healing, that generational healing, we listen to the people and especially ourselves because we are a mirror to each other. I know that even the mentors, like speaking that why we have mentors who are in their young adult years and then we have us youth interacting with them. In that already I can see healing and change. So I think just being able to communicate and treat each other with that same respect is really important when it comes to like how we can be involved with each other because everything is connected. And that's what we get to learn being at the farm, that we're all connected and somehow, and we all get to make that change. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe I have one thing to add, but I want to hear what they have to say first, and then I can add.
Well, and I just want to say thank you for calling out the interdepartmental communication piece. The city is a large entity, and we could do better with that. So thank you for calling that out. Our time is limited, but I do want to hear from Anthony and Damaris on this last question about how we can better support your work.
I think, I guess keep it brief. I think capital is super important. Receiving funding, we have one grant through the Food Equity Fund, Department of Neighborhood that we've received. That's a 2-year grant, but margins are pretty thin in food service and Chief Seattle Club. We try to pay our folks a living wage. No one at the club earns under $20 an hour. And so, and benefits and all this stuff. So it's expensive to run, a business within a nonprofit. And so direct investment through capital and supporting with easy grant requirements like this, grant that we have is offering where it's kind of this outcome-based outcome-based invoicing where, we're able to put together attainable goals. And if we achieve those goals, we're able to invoice for, certain amounts of money. So keeping those administrative burdens down and I guess increasing, donation of capital or, not donation, but, access to capital is really important.
I'll just repeat and the competition for limited funding is super frustrating. I know like one of the previous reports from 2014 with the urban native community said we want to be able to be cooperative, but the grant funding is very competitive. Also, all the grant reporting is so much work, and the grant objectives don't always match what the community wants to do, like what's important to us. So that again, just co-creating the grant opportunities and the parameters, like what should be reporting and what should the money be used for. I think some people everyday people just need money. Like guaranteed basic income, that's a thing, a small project that I'm working on. I know Rising Tides would love to be able to give our Native neighborhood findings presentation to city staff. It hasn't happened yet. We are so eager to share all of the data that, like the big picture data that we've gathered. And we would also love to have funding to be able to dig into the qualitative data, because 768 people wrote thousands and thousands of comments in our survey. And we don't have to go do the outreach again. We can dig through the data and find visioning and design and like answers to all kinds of questions. Let's see. I need capacity building support. I keep saying it, and it's like I have to go find the opportunities and also apply for funding to pay myself to learn how to do things. And it just feels like there's a lot of, I actually came across a program that was about capacity building, but we don't even have the basic things that they were looking for in order for me to apply. So there's just a lot of things that end up being restrictions, like a lot of well-meaning, but maybe a little out of touch with what is actually needed. But yeah, capacity building, I think, is a huge thing. I would like to try to get more people excited about planning and project management, all like being able to build our own places and like have radical design, like all of that stuff is like really exciting and also long overdue.
Thank you, Damaris. And the Department of Neighborhoods is going to be hosting Rising Tides next month, and we're looking forward to that and hearing about all the amazing work that's happened. All right, so as we close out, I just want to thank everybody again for joining us. And just join me in thanking our panelists for their work and for their contributions today and sharing their work. And as we wrap, so Nellie did mention what's going on with Nurturing Roots and all of the hard work that Naima Clark and her community have put together over the last 8 years at their space. And so as we close out, we have a clip that we want to share with everyone. And I also want to mention that there is some food over here from Musang. So please roll the clip, and thank you again for being here today.
Neighbors and community members rallied on Sunday to support Nurturing Roots, an urban farm in Beacon Hill that is facing eviction at the end of the month. The farm gives free, fresh produce and eggs to more than 500 people annually, and it also provides agricultural education, pots and seeds to many more. Some of the produce also goes to food banks.
People can come and just take produce, so we don't ever weigh out. We don't ever ask, hey, who are you feeding? Because a lot of times we really think those are the barriers. People coming with money. Instead, hey, if you find some eggs, you can take them home today. And the chickens put them all over. So I think the joy really is being able to see folks grabbing things out of the ground. Like I said, free harvesting, free foraging.
Naima Clark founded Nurturing Roots 8 years ago and leases the land from Bethany United Church of Christ, right next door to the farm. Clark says before Nurturing Roots leased a plot of land, it was full of fennel and blackberry bushes that one couldn't walk through. But she cleared it up and set up the farm. She says the church now wants to take it.
I think a lot of what their ambitions are, which they haven't been very clear about, is that they can use this space as their own and push out the community that actually built it. How do you try to elevate, the voice of community to try to analyze how is this church even reaching this conclusion that we are, an organization that is expendable. We can just be thrown off and displaced. I think this community, South Seattle, has been displaced far too often.
Clark says last year she offered to buy the land and later talked with the pastor and church leaders about renewing the lease. So the church knew her intentions to continue working the land. But because it was never put on paper, Clark says the church saw the opportunity to evict. The board members of the church refused to meet with her, Clark says, and the church even canceled Sunday service.
When we're thinking about even the ideas of the church, this is what you're supposed to be about. You know, this is the work that you say is important. This is the faith that a lot of us believe in.
In an email, the Bethany Board of Directors and Reverend Angela Ying say that, quote, nurturing roots is not being evicted, and that nurturing roots did not inform Bethany United Church of Christ of its interest to renew 90 days before the expiration of its lease. They also say that Bethany has been subsidizing nurturing roots, a calculated $303,000 over the 5 years period, by offering a greatly reduced rental rate, and that the church has moved forward in building community with other justice organizations that better match our social justice vision for the greater good. David Reyes has partnered with Clark since she founded Nurturing Roots.
What Naima and Nurturing Roots is doing is just part of a broader network around how we're creating a space for people of color and to really show what resiliency and equity is about in terms of getting fresh foods.
People who went to the farm to show their support are saddened by what is happening.
It's really disappointing that she may lose the space and that, you know, we all came out just to show her that we're supporting her, that whatever she needs to do to be able to save her business and the farm, we're here to help.
We need farms here in the city, but if we can, whatever we can offer her as far as continuing to grow.
There's genuine worry about what will happen if the farm is shut down because so many people depend on it.
We no longer serve families. We no longer serve homes. We no longer serve the people that can't afford to buy kale. We can no longer serve the people that deserve to have access, which is everyone, to local food, to healthy foods.
This is our closest farm. This is our neighbor. We're like, there's this green space of growing food, growing community, and amplifying culture. We're all connected. We're trying to do this together. So to lose them, we're not only losing this space, we're losing our neighbor.
Nakima Jones said the church is part of the community, and she appealed to it to reconsider the eviction.
What community needs to do, and I'm specifically speaking to the church, is be humane and understand that we are all.
Well, hello, everybody. I want to just say thank you for this last session on food sovereignty. It was really, really incredible. Let's give it up for all of our presenters and speakers, creators of the most amazing work. And now, it is my distinct pleasure to bring to the stage my fellow co-moderator, co-MC, and new best friend, the profound, the poetic, the joyous Kings.
Yo. Hey, thank you guys all for being here. All you guys standing up on the side and all that. Normally, I would make everybody come to the front, but we're not in a club. I'm not going to do that. I am going to just do a couple of quick, like, a cappella joints for you guys. No beats, no nothing. And then we're going to thank you guys again, and then we're going to get out of here. Does that sound good? Oh, I guess not. Does that sound good? I still can't actually hear anything. Does that sound good? It might get a little intense. I don't know. I write about my feelings. I'm a feeling rapper. I'm going to do two pieces. I'm going to do two pieces for you today. One is called Summer Love. The first one, it is an intro off of a record I'll be putting out later this year called A Safe Place for Us, which, like, I started writing during the pandemic, and it's just about life, love, and what does it mean as a man to be safe for other people and yourself. And then the second one is called Quiet Place, which is about needing a quiet place, also written during the pandemic. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I'm not the best singer, but I'm going to sing. All right. I'm not in love with the summertime, no. I don't want loving of this kind, no. We're not working, I need you to grow. We're not working, I need you. I'm not in love with the summertime, no. I don't want loving of this kind, no. We're not working, I need you to grow. We're not working, I need you. Lovely, you played yourself. Always fight to stay the same, but that's in pain. So in your name, you enslaved yourself. I did the same. I had to die, so I engraved myself into paper. I burnt from the ashes, raised myself. And that's word to my niece, Phoenix Ryland. In her name, may I choose the truth over choosing violence of any kind to keep on hiding. In this time, I keep on grinding. In the light recedes off silence. In the night, it feeds on ego. In the lines, I feed y'all people. Dinner time of beast and tears of in a time of feast for ears, of beast in tears who learn to cry to see things clear. You roll your eyes, you think me weird to justify the things you fear. You're traumatized, you need to tear this ugly life, but still you're here. Trustify. Must abide inside my hate to love you. Let me say this clear. I must get by. I love you so much. I love you so much. But I'm not in love with the summertime, no. I don't want loving of this kind, no. We're not working, I need you to grow. We're not working, I need you. Thank you. That was kind of like, I wrote that one to Seattle, Washington as a city. As a young black dude growing up, Rainier Beach and Beacon Hill, like in the South End. You shout out Dub C too, because I just got West Side homies. But yeah, just growing up, I always had such an antagonistic but nice relationship with the city. Yeah. All right, Quiet Place. I wrote this with my friend, one of my best friends named Mike Flaunt. We got a group called Premium Smoke. This is out right now. It's like on streaming services and Bandcamp and all that. Right. Quiet place. I just need to unwind, let my mind erase. I'm okay. I just need a moment and some type of space. I cried today. Heard a mother screaming, someone died today. My quiet place. Riding with my people, that's my quiet place. I just need to unwind, let my mind erase. I'm okay. I just need a moment and some type of space. I cried today. Heard a mother screaming, someone died today. My quiet place. Riding with my people, that's my I died today just to get reborn. I hit the hideaway, slide away. Please come give me more of what you hide away. I'm trying, babe. Most folks take the viper or the spider way. I'm lying, babe, because I think the truth is how we'll find a way. They tried today, tried to break my spirit, but my vibe is great. I'm highest rates of your heartbeat climbing when I finally taste. It's like the rain. World has been Sahara and your skies are gray. Shit's not okay. Evil want my tears, the good just want my rage. Both feel like cage, both feel like I'm meta and not mother made, son of slaves. No 400 years describes my lovely race. I love this lake. When the sun is shining on a trusted face, it's not too late. Even if just me and you, someone still safe, my quiet place. I just need to unwind, let my mind erase. I'm okay. I just need a moment and some type of space. I cried today. Heard a mother screaming, someone died today. My quiet place. Riding with my peoples, that's my get quiet place. I just need to unwind, let my mind erase. I'm okay. I just need a moment and some type of space. I cried today. I heard a mother screaming, someone died today. My quiet place. Riding around my lake, that's just my, yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Let me bring Anna back up here.
Okay, so here we start with our gratitudes, and I want to say the first gratitude to Kings.
Thank you. And a shout out to Anna for being here with me all day. I really appreciate it. We're two introverts, and so this is a challenge for us. So we really appreciate you guys for being here, and I thank you for not letting me do this alone.
So all right, let's do our thank you.
Let's go.
All right, so huge thank you to everybody who helped convene the Race and Social Justice Initiative today on such a beautiful day as we imagine.
I want to give extra thanks to any and all essential workers from the city, from everywhere today, who worked hands like feet first down during the whole pandemic and even to now, putting both their life and everything on the line to take care of the city. Just lots of respect and thank you.
Thank you. So perfect. And so much gratitude to all of our presenters, our remarkable presenters who inspired us and shared with us their strength, their journey, their struggles, and their vision. Thank you, and thank you to our Summit Project team and to Seattle Center for hosting us. Thank you.
I want to ask that you join us Friday, March 24th, tomorrow, for our Community Day live stream from 4 to 7:30 p.m. I'll be hosting again, and I'll be getting help from a good friend, Perla, who's running around here. So please come through.
And also a little reminder to everybody to complete the Race and Social Justice Initiative survey so that we can prepare our 20th anniversary in style.
Nice. Extra thanks to the RSJI strategy team and all of the city departments who participated in creating this today. Thank you.
Two last thank yous. I'm going to squeeze one in addition to the huge yummies from Mosang. Delish. Thank you.
Shout out
thank
Beacon
you.
Hill, though, for real, though.
Oh, so good. So good. And I'm going to sneak in another thank you. Huge gratitude to Davida Ingram for all she did to help us lead with love in our community. Davida, we love you.
Thank you so much. Shout out again to our interpreters, everybody who's been there. I love this lady's facial expressions. She's been killing it all day. Thank you so much. Also, I want to give a big shout out to our streaming partner, Converge Media, along with the people on the ground, the production team, Elite Collective. I've worked with them a couple of times. They're amazing. Elite.collective if you're on Instagram. And the awesome team at Seattle Center and all the people working and everybody who's been walking through and just everybody. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, enjoying our beautiful Seattle weather. And yeah.
All right. Bye.
Make some noise. Thank you so much. Go! Can I get a yeah? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go. Thank you.